Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. Now, as we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming, all-inclusive environment open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, ethnicity, belief system. To me, it matters not what may label and group us all up on the surface. What matters to me is how we come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experience, and share positive sentiments. And, most importantly, just be ourselves. Hello, Kulli. And hello, Legoshi. Welcome. You all are very early. Hello, Aquarius lady. Welcome. I trust that no matter what may be going on in your life at this moment, you are doing the best you can, given the resources you have available, the experiences you've had, and the effort that is within your capacity to provide. Bonjour, Fanny. And thank you, Imp Kitty, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. An Aquarius lady, you share that I forgot to get to you? Well, I will get to you as soon as I can. Thank you for your patience and trust in me. And Koli, you are wondering, how am I today? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling very relaxed, sleepy, even. I had a bit of a long night with my cat Sandy. I just love when he sleeps with me, but it's difficult to get into the right position when your cat is sleeping right in the middle of your bed, you know? But Sandy slept great, let me tell you that. And hello, Ragnhildar. I am doing well. You can relate with that, Fanny. Yes, the sacrifices we make for our little furry friends, it's okay. But interestingly, Sandy's not the type to wake me up early. He slept all through the night with me. The whole time. Didn't get up until I got up. It was very cute. Just like he just wanted to sleep with me. The whole night. Now I have a question of the day for you all, since you're all so early. I like to ask questions at the beginning of my live streams. He's a good cat indeed. And Ragnhildar, you share that your fur baby Kasim, the cat, is 12 today. My goodness. That is a very mature cat. Well, happy birthday, Kasim. Give him many, many forehead kisses. Today I'm wondering from you all, what is something about yourself that you wish you had more clarity on? Perhaps one of the biggest mysteries of this universe is that we are not born with knowledge of ourselves, that we have to figure that out ourselves. So, I'm wondering from all of you, take a moment to introspect. What aspect, what part of yourself do you wish you had more clarity on? You know, just a refined understanding of. Rhiannon, you share, why do I procrastinate so bad? Well, that makes two of us. Yezidu, you share your life purpose, your strengths, I like that, and what you're good at or for. That's wonderful. I like that. You would like to know these positive aspects of yourself too. Legoshi, you would like some clarity on why you are so empathetic. Aw. That's very sweet. And thank you, B525, for your rose. Radhe Radhe. And Wendy, you share that you lost your cat recently. She was 22. She had a good life. I imagine so. 22 is very long for a cat. That's amazing that she was with you for so long. But I imagine you had grown very close in that time, and the absence is only felt that much deeper. AMA, you would like clarity on why the heck did you choose to incarnate down here in this 3D low vibes world? Well, to raise the vibrations, isn't it so? I can answer that for you. You would like some clarity on your purpose in life, Rosie. Very commendable. Jessica, you share that you just had surgery on your shoulder, and you're wondering if you have any helpful tips for a fast recovery. Get lots of rest, drink lots of water, make sure you get lots of love, and the minimum of how many hugs per day do doctors recommend? You got to get your recommended hug threshold fulfilled. But make sure that they hug you in a way that only supports your shoulder and doesn't straight it. And Fanny, you are wondering, how old am I? As I sound so mature. Well, don't let me fool you. Probably the most immature person here. In this body, I'm 22. Koli, you would like some clarity on your attachments. And Sakiko, you would like clarity on happiness. Those are very fruitful things to clarify. Hello, G2 Infinity. Well, I'm delighted that we got some responses to this question of the day. It's a difficult question. Searching for inner clarity is vital for our spiritual growth. We need that determination to have things make sense. And thank you for asking, Sakura. I am feeling well today. And hello, Dr. Jenny. Michael, you shared that you want clarity why you still cling so much to your ex so much. And that too is a very noble quest to understand these things. So, I'm very grateful that you all have such humility. It's a wonderful audience, I always have. So thank you. I'm grateful for this Sangha always. And Ragnhildur, you would like clarity on everything, really. Relatable. And thank you, Cryptic Canuck, for your heart me too. Hare Krishna. And Dasha, thank you for your heart me as well. Jai Sitaram. Joanna, you share that you wish you had more clarity on what your purpose is to the people in your life. I love that. And thank you for wishing me a happy weekend. All the same to you. So, I am going to minimize the question of the day for now. But I'm very grateful for the exploration that we've had thus far. It is a hard question to answer, isn't it, Cryptic? It forces us to accept that there are parts of us that we could come to more understanding of. And hello, CDG. Nice to see you again. It is going well. Thank you, Usha, for your heart me too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Lando, you share that you wish you had more clarity about your motivations and what gives you purpose. That's a beautiful introspection indeed. And CDG, thank you for your confetti. Radhe Radhe. And Shakira, thank you for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. And Cryptic Canuck, thank you for your 10 team bracelets, my friend. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Inevitable, thank you for your rose too. I saw that you asked a poignant question, Inevitable. Can people with mental health problems attain enlightenment? Yeah, absolutely. Actually, the people with mental health problems are one step ahead of everyone else because they're interfacing directly with their mind. They are put in a position where the nature of the mind is only so obvious, painfully obvious, and thus they acquire various understandings of the mind that neurotypical people do not. So the funny answer to your question is, I would say people who are struggling with mental health issues, they are even closer to enlightenment. So worry not, my friend. You have a gift, and this gift is that you are intimately connected with your mind. And thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Cryptic Canuck, thank you for your trio of roses too. Jai Shri Krishna. Ursula, thank you for your heart me as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Inevitable, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! And thank you, Cryptic Connect, for another rose. You share that you're sending one rose every 20 seconds intentionally to set off the yippee. Well, I look forward to the little German boy so happily sharing his positive sentiments. Thank you for another one, Cryptic. And Colin, thank you for your 7 roses. Jai Hanumanji. Thank you, Peter Schaefer, for your rose as well. Radhe Radhe. I love you too, Colin. And CDG, you share that you wish there were more people in the world who are as kind as I am towards others. And you share some blessings with me. Well, I hope to refract all those blessings back on all of you. And if we want to be kind ourselves, then that's the way that we add kindness to the world. And thank you, Dr. Jenny, for your tiny. Yippee! Merle, you share that I said something yesterday that you loved and you want to share with your TikTok. You're asking for my permission. Of course, yes. Thank you for asking. I will never claim copyright or anything like that to any of the words I'm saying, because the words I'm saying have all come from my experience, which has come from other people's experiences, which have come from even more people's experiences. This world is so interconnected, and how could I claim credit for any part of it when I am only a small part in this great unfolding? Thank you, Michael, for your rose as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Ursula, thank you for your disco love. Jai Sitaram. It was about life being worth death, I remember, yes. Oh. I hear my cat Sandy meowing. And Dob Darker, thank you for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Shakira, you share it's back to the grind for you? Well, grind not just in that which you have to achieve, but grind away one's ego until you are left with a shiny pearl. And thank you, Leila, for your rose as well. Radhe, Radhe. And Michael, thank you for your pair of roses. And thank you, Cryptic Canuck, for your... How many roses since the last time I acknowledged? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And an ice cream cone. A TikTok. A community fest. TGIF. Music play. A gimme the vote. A GG. A cloud bread. A music play. A gimme the vote. Another community fest. A TGIF. A GG. A TikTok. A community fest. Another GG. A gimme the vote. And an ice cream cone and a cloud bread. Hari Om Tat Sat. Now, you are welcome to continue, but I please ask to wait until we're finished reading, because for the recording, I would very much like people to listen to this with minimal distraction. We're going to read from another section of In Love at Ease, but I'm very grateful for your generosity, Cryptic Canuck. Thank you. And for a TikTok and another music play. I appreciate that. And Ursula, thank you for your tiny as well. Yippee! And it's very funny that you noticed that my hair is straight in G to Infinity, because I promise I haven't done anything. I think my hair just likes to do whatever it wants every day. Whoop. I dropped my mouse, but that's okay. Today we are going to read from another section of In Love at Ease. Specifically the 4th chapter, which is all about embracing all. This is Everyday Spirituality with Pramukh Swami Maharaj. And he exemplified many great virtues that I think are universal, that we can all look up to in many ways. So let us see where we left off last time. Swami Shri's all-embracing tasks culminated with an integration of the highest order, the Sadhu Diksha, the monk initiation. For a long time, Hindu religious communities did not give full Sadhu Diksha to individuals from certain social backgrounds. Though they were accepted into the community and initiated as parshads or bhagats, ascetics in white clothes, they did not wear the saffron-colored clothes. Although they were treated with the same respect and carried out the same spiritual responsibilities. But it was not a complete Sadhu Diksha. Pramukh Swami Maharaj had been trying to shatter this glass ceiling for many years. He, however, received conflicting signals of support from some within his community and the broader Hindu community. He was convinced that full integration on the spiritual path would set an example for everyday life in the community. Vivek Sagardas Swami was one of those parshads who wore white for nearly 20 years. He was initiated by Yogiji Maharaj in the 1960s, who was Pramukh Swami Maharaj's guru. His guru named him Narayan Bhagat. He was one of the community's brightest students and most effective orators. Yet, he always wore white. Vivek Sagardas Swami recalls how everyone would ask him why he was not wearing saffron. The senior sadhu was unfazed. He wanted to serve, and it did not matter whether he was wearing white or saffron. See, in the Hindu monastic life, Students always wear white, but the Swamis, the senior monks, they always wear orange to show the fact that they're up there. And as such, there's a great tradition around saffron-colored clothes. Vivek Sargardas Swami recalls how everyone would ask him why he was not wearing saffron. The senior sadhu was unfazed. He wanted to serve, and it did not matter whether he was wearing white or saffron. He was not alone. Close to 15 other parshads had been dressed in white for several years as well. Swami Shri built support for his idea within the community and the broader Hindu world. He even told Narayan Bhagat to prepare for the change. Swami Shri reminded him that he would be the first Krantikari, revolutionary, initiation into the sadhu fold. A few nights before the initiation ceremony, Swami Shri called Professor Raymond Brady Williams into his room for a private conversation. The academic had been studying the community for over a decade and was one of the Guru's confidants. Swami Shri shared his intention to give the Sadhu Diksha to people from all social backgrounds. Professor Williams recalls that it was not a question. Swami Shri was confident. He was going to do it, and he wanted the professor to know. He remembers looking into the eyes of Atma Svarupdas Swami, who was the interpreter. They were both equally stunned. He made clear that the social change was necessary and that it had to begin somewhere. Professor Williams was surprised that there was no announcement or publicity of the news. It definitely had the potential for great press, but Swami Shri's intent was not to market the idea or the event. Swami Shri was motivated to break barriers and build bridges. Professor Williams was ready for the big day. Moments after the Diksha, the initiation, he climbed down from his seating area and approached a few bhaktas, devotees. There were some mixed reactions in the crowd, but he remembers one common sentiment shared by all those in attendance. If Pramukh Swami has done it, it must be right. A few weeks after the Diksha ceremony, one of the newly initiated sadhus was traveling with Swami Shri in Oudh. It was all still very new to Sadhu Jivandas Swami. He was not used to wearing saffron. He was certainly not used to sitting and eating with the sadhus and his guru. Parshads ate separately from the sadhus. One afternoon, he was late to lunch and realized that there was only one place to sit in the room. It was by Swami Shri. Sadhu Jivandas Swami wedged himself in a corner between Swami Shri and the wall. He was more conscious of where and how he was sitting than of what he was eating. He noticed that Swami Shri sensed his anxiety, and that only made him all the more flustered. He wolfed down his food as fast as he could while shrinking into the corner. A few minutes later, he sprung up to wash his wooden eating bowl. He felt a hand on his knee as he was getting up. Swami Shri urged him to sit down. "Why are you shying away? Sit with me. Eat with me. We are all one. Atman." Atman is the Sanskrit word for the true self within everyone. Swami Shri pulled him closer to the rest of the sadhus. It was then that Sadhu Jivandas Swami realized that Swami Shri had forever changed the social landscape of Hindu monastic orders. Swami Shri used his spiritual credibility to bring about one of the most important social class religious revolutions of the 20th century. It paved the way for other Swaminarayan and Hindu communities to open their doors to sadhus from all social backgrounds as well. Today, the BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha has sadhus from all social backgrounds, including Adivasis and Dalits, who are some of the most underrepresented and underprivileged communities in India. As one sadhu from the Vadhal Swaminarayan sect said to me, it did not matter if his contemporaries in our communities liked or disliked the move. He had opened the floodgates. There were no social class restrictions to wear saffron in the Swaminarayan Sampradaya. I think of that day as one of the most important in the tradition. Pramukh Swami completed the social order revolution that was started by Bhagwan Swaminarayan more than 200 years ago. Swami Shri carried a fairness and equality that brought people together. His life was a model of social justice driven by faith in the divine. His faith led him to believe in people, to serve the divine within. This perspective is what allowed him to give, empathize, and respect no matter who was standing in front of him. Swami Shri noticed those ignored by others. He gave a voice to those silenced by others. He was a spiritual social justice crusader who walked with those whom he advocated for. Instead of dividing, Swami Shri brought people, institutions, and communities together. He built bridges that made the world smaller and people's hearts larger. He did not just talk about social justice, he lived it. And we will pause our reading of In Love, at Ease there for now. So, thank you for listening. For a long time, there had been a caste system in India. It's kind of like a class system, but it's like apples to oranges. And the lowest members of the castes, they would never have full religious freedom. They would be considered impure or untouchable, and so religious people wouldn't even go near them. So it's a really big statement that we just read, how Swami Shri allowed those Adivasis and Dalits to just totally be up there with the highest members of society as well. There was a total equalizing nature of this move. And thank you, Mount St. Godel Organics, for your community fest and rose that you sent just as we started reading. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Moonflower Magic, thank you for your heart me. Hare Krishna. And VYV Fragrance, thank you for your rose. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Priscilla, for your rose, ice cream cone, TikTok, and a cloud bread. Hari Om Tat Sat. I'm so glad to hear that you're feeling better. And thank you for wishing us and everyone a good night. Much love to you. Hello, Mikey. Prema Maharaj. No. That's Prema Marjar. Marjar. I don't know what this means. I know that prema means love, though. Hello, Chloe. Oh, you're very welcome. I hope you enjoyed the chant. You felt better. I'm happy to hear that. It means love cat. Is this the word for cat in Sanskrit? Marjar. Marjar. Interesting. I would not have guessed that. Love cat. That's awesome. I think the only words for cats I know in Sanskrit are Simha, which means lion, which I'm sure you all know as Simba in The Lion King, and Vyagraha, which means tiger. Mikhail, you share that it's such a shame that people don't show up to the lives when I'm reading. They could learn something. Oh, it's not a shame at all. I do not judge anyone who joins or not. Actually, I think that they are totally welcome to join whenever they feel like they are most welcomed. And actually, I feel sorry for those that join while we're reading because they lack the context, and I'm unable to give them an acknowledgement when they say hello or things like that right away. So, yeah, I don't feel bad for them in the sense that they are missing out. I feel bad that I'm unable to welcome them since my attention is on the reading rather than them directly. We got some HTML in the chat. That's funny. Thank you, Moonflower Magic, for your 10 ginger man. Radhe or Radhe. Mikey, you share that your boyfriend said he's going to propose to you with a ring pop. I like that. It's sweet. It's practical. Because it's easily taken on and off, and you can eat it too. Driven Mental, you are wondering, how is our favorite sweet potato boy today? Which one of them? Is this one? How are you doing?
I'm doing really good. Thank you for asking.
You're doing really good, and he thanks you for asking. Thank you, Priscilla, for another rose. You are feeling much love. That's good. Thank you, Jank, for your tiny and ginger man. Yippee! And much love to you, official sunshine love. That is right, Clicksu. I am outside. And in this wonderful Canadian weather, I'm feeling warm. Magdalene, you're wondering, might there be a word in Sanskrit for a friend? If so, how would you pronounce it? Yes, indeed. Maitreya means friendship. I think Maitri means friend. Maitri. Something like that. Do I have with us today our AI assistant? We do. Here, why don't we ask our lovely assistant? Oh, no, they're not alive, I guess. Or are they, actually? Wait. Yes, they are, in fact. But my goodness, what has spawned? What is the deal with these black bars? Maybe I can crop them. There we go. Oh my good sir, what is the word for friendship in Sanskrit, or just friend?
The word for friend in Sanskrit is mitra, mitr. How do your friends contribute to your spiritual journey?
Mitra. Awesome. Terrence, you shared, no, you missed the question of the day. No worries, my friend. The question of the day was, what's some aspect about yourself that you would like clarity on? But if you're ever feeling like you won't get to participate, don't worry. There's always the end of the live where I ask it again. Also, the recordings that are uploaded to YouTube, you can answer the question of the day in the comments as well. And you get even more room and time to think about it there, since you don't have to do it live. But yes, that's not Mataji. Mataji is, she's on vacation because I accidentally lost her mind. Hello, Dansuela. Cryptic Canuck, you're wondering, am I a Morichi? I don't know. I forget what a Morichi is. I know it's a Sanskrit term. Liva Sharif, you ask, what to do when you lose faith in justice and God because of all the injustice around us? See, this is an excellent question, and I'm so glad you asked. Because this is a big misconception in religion in the modern time. When we say that God is responsible for justice, what we mean is that whenever justice does occur, then that is the work of the divine, which means that we are empowered to do the work of the divine. So when there is an absence of justice in the world, remember, we are the ones that live out creation. It is our responsibility. And so, it is a lack on our part, not the divine. The divine is the potential. We are the potency. The divine sets up a circumstance for us to solve. And if we are not solving it, and we are blaming the divine, then we misunderstand our role in existence. Because our role isn't to sit back and let some mythical entity called God do all the work. Not at all. We are the ones that have to do the work. We are the ones that go out and actually solve things for the better, make the changes necessary for a better, brighter future. It is merely the divine that inspires that potential within us. So have faith in the divine's ability to empower you to do what is needed to make the world a better place. That is all. Thank you, Cryptic Canuck, for your community fast. Radhe, Radhe. Merle, you ask for someone wanting to become the best they can be. What advice would I give them? You are already the best that you can be, given all the experiences you've had so far. What you are wanting to be is a version of yourself in the future. But if you want to be someone that has yet to come, how will you ever be yourself now? Right? To be yourself, everyone says be yourself. Be yourself means there is no debate over how you should be or should not be. Just as you are in this moment, just as you are changing, just as you are growing. That's wonderful. Yes, you will learn, you will grow, you will heal. You will do all these things for the pursuit of something higher. But all of that takes place now. And thus, your striving in the moment for all these things is precisely what it means to be the best version of yourself. Because you are not some state that exists in time. You are a process, aren't you? You don't exist as some fixed thing. You are constantly evolving. Therefore, what we are evolving towards is not who you are now. Who you are now is the evolution process ongoing. Therefore, worry not about being learned, being healed, being perfect. Because if you are learning, if you are growing, if you are healing in this moment, then you are enough. You have nowhere to be but exactly where you are. And where you are headed is wonderful also. Hello, Marcy. You share that it's your birthday today. Aw. Well, happy birthday, Marcy. I'm so happy that I get to share this day with you. Why was there no invite on Insta? No, there was. I think there should have been on my Instagram story. Maybe it didn't upload or something, but in any case, you are now 1 year wiser, 1 year older, 1 year more experienced. And I'm so grateful to have met you in this life, Marcy. I look forward to many more birthdays for you. And congratulations on another successful trip around the sun. And thank you, 4 a.m. Walker, for your rose as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Lily Check, thank you for your flowers. Jai Sitaram. Sa, you're wondering, why do you follow me? Did I used to post content? Well, this is true. I did used to post content. But why will you continue to follow me? That is something you'll have to wait and find out for yourself. If you will provide me that patience. Just wait and see if you like me now. If not, money back guarantee. No commitment necessary. "4 a.m. Walker, you're wondering what will happen after death? Well, what has happened before birth? We are always so concerned with what happens after this life. But why are you not just as concerned what happened before this life? Because surely it is just a return to whatever it was before, no? We think of life as some linear progression, but nothing in this universe moves along straight lines. Everything is merely going in cycles, like the vibration of a molecule, like the orbit of an electron, like the Earth's rotation around its center, or the revolution around the sun, or the solar system around the center of our galaxy. Everything is merely moving in cycles on epicycles. So life is a cycle too, would it not be? Why would it be the exception? I'm asking. If we have come from a kind of nothingness, and we return to a kind of nothingness, then that is a full loop. There's no reason the loop should stop there, just as there was no reason for it to start there. I believe if you think about it in this way, many pieces of the puzzle of life begin to fit together. And thank you, Sharissa, for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Cryptic Canuck, you're wondering what is that a sticker of? That is a sticker of Krishna's flute. See, he's playing a flute here. Krishna is a form of the divine. And his flute represents the fact that he sings existence into being. And that existence is really the song of God. Just like a musician would share their art piece as a kind of creation. check out my latest creation. And they hit play on Ableton. So too, the jury's still out what software God uses to make his music. But this universe is like his song. John F., thank you for your community fest. Hare Krishna. And Marcy, you share, you got your eyelashes done though. And she had a little Buddha in her shop. Aw, that's sweet. Good feng shui. Speaking of cycles, Shinigami, you are wondering how to break this cycle. You feel like you are in cycles for generation. That's understandable. But remember that no cycle actually ever takes you back to exactly the same spot. Just like the moon appears to go to the same spot every 28 days. Because it's cycling around something that's also in a much bigger cycle, the Earth's revolution. The moon is not actually in the same spot in the solar system every 28 days, only relative to Earth. You just have to zoom out and see the greater cycles at work. So too, every 365.249 whatever days, it seems as though the Earth is the same spot in the solar system. That may be true, but the Sun is not the same spot in the galaxy. And because the Earth is orbiting the Sun, and the Earth moves with the Sun in its, 200 million year journey around our galaxy, the Earth is not in the same position every 365 days. So, what appears to be a cycle that you're stuck in, if you just zoom out and see what exactly it is you're orbiting around, there is a greater unfolding at work. I also bring to mind the example of the notes of a piano, that you climb up from middle C, 11 semitones, you get to another C. Does this mean that you've appeared at the same note? You must have wrapped around the piano and got to where you started? Actually, no, because there's something called an octave. That you may get to another note that we label as C, but it's at a higher frequency, a doubling of frequency. So, whenever you feel stuck, like you've been here before, actually, you have only been ascending. There is greater cycles at work that you are not trapped in, and you are just at another octave, you could say. And thank you, Eve, for your trio of tiny dinies. Yahoo! And Hanukkah, thank you for your heart me. My apologies. I don't know why I said that. You sent a rose. I think I have donation lexia sometimes. You shared that you were wondering, could I make a messy bun someday? You think it would be beautiful. I'll have to learn how to do that. Although, judging by the adjective of messy, it doesn't sound so difficult. And Shinigami, you are wondering, what is your purpose in this life? You are asking me what your purpose is? I cannot tell you this, my dear. But you are wondering, why did God put you there? Or is there a God? These are good questions to ask. And these are great questions to inquire, not from without, but from within. Because if there is a God, it is not a God that exists somewhere up there who's uncontactable. It is an inner divinity who manifests from within. Consider the divine at the center of your heart, and this universe flows from that source on the inside, therefore redirecting one's attention away from the material world towards a kind of soft, tenderness of your consciousness. All your questions shall be answered when you direct this inquiry within. It's not an outquiry, it's an inquiry. But why did God put you here? You are an expression of the divine. You are here so that you may experience the divine as a mirror to yourself, so that every interaction, so that every person, everything, every thought, every feeling becomes like a manifold mirror upon which you can see the source of creation happening through you, within you, inside you. The miracle of life is not some intangible concept. Try this for yourself. What's your favorite food? I'm asking all of you. Thank you, Shinigami, for your rose. Radhe or Radhe. Cryptic Canuck, you share cake. Sharissa, you share popcorn. Brad, you share mashed potatoes. Chihiro, you share lobster. Avocado shares Lindaloo. Taco shares Merle. Spaghetti, pasta, potatoes. Your grandma's turkey recipe. Good. Whatever your favorite food is, when you eat it, what happens to it? It becomes a part of you. It becomes part of a heart, a brain, skin, liver, your lungs, your circulatory system. Now, if a scientist came up to you and he said that he had this machine that could convert strawberries, cherries, eggs and bacon, tacos, stuffing into a human being, you would say he's either a con man or a god man. Who can fathom this miracle of life inside us that could convert what is effectively foodstuff into a living, conscious, breathing entity? And this is even more so appreciable in that of a uterus, in someone who can bear life within themselves. How amazing is it that this force of creation works through you? It is no coincidence why we called it procreation. And thank you, Gina, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Merle, you clarify. So I'm saying the food that we eat legit becomes part of us, like down to a molecular structure? Absolutely. Yeah. I guess one easier way of seeing this is take a baby. When a baby is born, they're only several pounds. But yet look at yourself now. You're how many more pounds? It's okay, you don't have to tell me. But where did all that come from? How did the baby go from this to this? Well, it must have acquired more sustenance from the outside. It must have been fed with all this nutrients and water and love. You're gonna start eating flowers. You literally are the chemical level what you eat. This is true for our body, but it's true for our mind also. That our mind becomes what it eats, and its food is the information that we give it. See, if we give the mind junk food, then the mind becomes lazy. But if we give the mind healthy food, then the mind becomes healthy and proactive too. What is healthy food for the mind? Well, it's positive affirmation. It's motivation. It's happy stories, full of love. We need the mind to be built on such sources so that it can become what it eats too. And ginseng, thank you for your cloud bread. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, John F., for your finger heart. Here's one for you as well. Hare Krishna. And Kelsey, thank you for your rose too. Gori Bori, you are wondering, how old am I? In this body, 22 years. Cryptic Canuck, you ask, is that true? Will candy make your brain dumb? Actually, a little bit of sweetness is very good. One of the most important nutrients that humans have evolved to live with is saccharides, especially small short chain or monosaccharides. These are found in fruit, in milk. These are also known as sugars. Look at our primates, our closest family members in the tree of life. You look at a monkey. What is in a monkey's hand? A banana. Monkeys, they love fruit. It's no coincidence that we love fruit also. Candy is just a kind of concentrate of this. Of course, if you have too much of it, then this will not be good. But what makes the brain dumb is how we exercise our intellect. Or really, how we do not. See, it's not that eating candy will make your brain dumb. It's that if you do not exercise your intellect to make healthier choices, then there is a potential for your intelligence to be utilized. It's the choices that we make that exercise the mind. It's not what we choose, it's that we have a conscious choice in something. Because most of the time we are going through life and we are just running on default factory settings. We don't customize our choices. When something arises, there's a beautiful chocolate cupcake in front of me. The natural response is to reach out your hand and pick it up. The intellect was not exercised here. Or if someone gets mean to you, then the default response is to be mean back. Consciousness is never utilized when we're running on autopilot. That is why we call such actions unconscious actions. To be conscious means that we have a choice. That when something arises, we do it a little more spontaneously. The spontaneous thing to do is maybe not eat that extra cupcake. That's spontaneous. The spontaneous thing to do is not raise your voice back. That's spontaneous. Because people are expecting for you to raise your voice back. If you don't, well, that'll really get them thinking. What? Who is this person? I just berated them, and they were silent in return. That generates a kind of admiration. The world begins to bow to you when you become spontaneous in this way. When you go against the factory default settings. Thank you, Laurie, for your dozen roses and a tiny tiny. Yippee! And thank you, the link below, for your tiny tiny also. Yahoo! And Rahina, thank you for your heart me as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And spaghetti on a plate. You share that you've been dealing with jealous people. Yes, jealous people. What they want is what you want. But what we all want is to be happy. When someone cannot find happiness within themselves, they look at what other people are doing and they compare their selves to that. But the truth is that everyone is so unique that what one person is doing for their happiness might not be representative of what you should be doing for your happiness. We look out to the world for signs, but happiness is not out there. Happiness is in here. All we have to do is exercise that happiness within us, and we won't go looking for it in others. Thank you, John Ev, for your 10 roses too. Hare Krishna. Hello, Mermandar. Much love to you. Could I sing to you all a little sometime? My chants are lovely. I don't know how to sing. We can do the Kali Mahamantra for the goddess Kali, who represents the force of annihilation in this universe, which is a quality of the divine feminine, of Kundalini. There are many aspects of the feminine which are repressed in today's society. For example, we do not expect the feminine to raise her voice, but actually that is a quality of the divine feminine. Because all feminine means is the ability to express oneself unimpeded. To raise one's voice is a very sincere way of expressing oneself. So, Kali represents the force of creation, maintenance, and destruction through a very potent form. She was always depicted with her tongue out, screaming the universe in and out of existence. It's true, is it not, that when we are all born, our mothers were screaming. She screamed us into being. And so that is an aspect of the feminine that we have to acknowledge. This mantra is one which represents that. Kali, Kali. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. Om Kali Mahakali Kali Ke Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. That's a very powerful mantra, and some people use it to destroy their enemies. Some people use it just to destroy the enemies within themselves. And that is the use case that I would recommend. That we invoke the Divine Feminine to annihilate that which is not working in our benefit. See, the mother, I think the mother is one of the only beings that is endowed with the power to take life out of this world. As my mother told me, I put you into this world, I can take you out. All right, fair enough, I guess. I respect that. So we call upon the Divine Feminine to take something out of this world. Thank you, Marmander, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Jai Ma. Angel Becca, you're wondering, what is my star seed? My star seed, you know what's beautiful is the earth is a star seed. And we have all sprouted from that seed. Stars are miraculous nature. As when the universe began, there was very few building blocks. Hydrogen, helium, maybe a little bit of lithium. These are the first three elements in the periodic table. What can you do with them? Well, by themselves, not much. They don't engage in that many chemical reactions in the amount that were there, and just those three. Helium is a noble gas. It doesn't form any molecules. So the universe needed a process in order to construct more complicated things. Thus, gravity coalesced this gas of hydrogen, helium, into big balls of gas that ignited nuclear fusion in their hearts, we call stars. And this nuclear fusion, it was able to form heavier and heavier elements which engage in much more interesting compounds. And the really big stars too, when they die, they explode. And in the explosion too, even heavier elements, the super heavy elements are created. And the supernova serves a double purpose. The second is to spread all of that material out into the cosmos. So after the first generation of stars, planets were able to form due to these heavier elements. Therefore, you could say that we are all star seeds, because from this planet, all of the elements here were forged in the heart of a dying star. And so, this earth is no exception, in that it is a seed for life. And so many different offshoots like you and I have sprouted from the soil that has arisen, spawned from the death of a previous star that gave rise to our planetary nebula. And thank you, Alan, for your trio of fires. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Dr. Jenny, thank you for your trio of roses. Radhe or Radhe. Thank you, Marmander, for being an amplifier to my love. That's all anyone can be, is an amplifier. Whether we amplify love or hate depends on our frequency. Just like that radio antenna of yours on your car. Nowadays, the radio antenna is built into the frame of the car. So too, we have an antenna in ourselves, called our spine. This spine is supercharged in some sense with a kind of consciousness. And whether it is receptive to a very annoying talk channel of radio, or very vibrant, light-hearted channel full of your favorite songs. This is something you get to control. And out of your mouth becomes an amplification for all of that. So it's important that we tune ourselves in such a way that we amplify only what is good. Thank you, Laurie, for your quintet of roses. Hare Krishna. Girl with blue eyes, you ask if I can send you healing vibes. You just had a very evasive surgery and you're in a lot of pain. An evasive surgery, I think you mean an invasive surgery. I'm sorry to hear that. An evasive surgery, that'd be like the surgeons, they could never get to you. They were evading you. But I'm very glad that they got to you. And although surgery is very much a procedure that is something we have to drop our boundaries for, a lot of trust and vulnerability, it can be a very important part of our modern world for the sake of health and well-being. It's the pain pills. Don't worry. I understood regardless. Yes, just as you are taking pills to ensure that the pain becomes bearable, so too let us take a pill of positivity, and the healing will become even faster. I'm so happy that you were able to get the help that you needed, and I know that healing is underway for you. Whatever good vibes I have to send to you, they are always being emitted. You never even have to ask for them. I make a little prayer every time I see anyone's comment that the universe give them love and healing and spiritual welfare. It was all your way before you even had to ask, my dear. But best wishes to you. And Winter, hello. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. You love songs, shares Priscilla. I believe you. Who here does not love songs? Songs are only basic human nature, aren't they? Songs have always been a way to increase human consciousness. If you believe in it, consider the first cave people, huddled around a fire, banging with sticks and rocks, chanting rhythmically throughout the course of the night. Even today you do this, you will be left with a memory that creates reverberations in your life to follow. Chanting especially can open up doors that cannot be opened without a kind of repeated questioning. Just like opening up a geode requires precise hits of the hammer. Eventually, through the constant impact of the hammer on the geode, a kind of crystalline beauty emerges from the inside. So too, mantras and chanting are like geodes, that they require consistent impact of our intellect trying to break them open. And eventually something of a kind of experiential miracle happens, that these sounds give way to a breaking open of an outpour of consciousness, and you get to such a state. Thank you, Ragnhildur, for your 3 roses. Om Namah Shivaya. Onogoro, you ask, how do you forgive yourself for past heavy sin? Lighten the load. Drop your shoulders. Put a smile on your face. Some people, they have sent me some things in my direct messages that I'm only honored to be the recipient of, because it shows how much they allowed themselves to be vulnerable. Some people have done some horrific things in this life, and I have become privy to it. But regardless of how big of a sinner you are, as long as your heart keeps beating, as long as you wake up every day, this means you are allowed to be here. This means that the universe has not given up on you. Your lungs keep expanding. You breathe in new air. You eat food. You meet people. You are allowed to be here because you are here. Being human is a very rare opportunity. And as long as you are human, this means the opportunity for your highest potential is still available to you. See, a person is not measured by the sum total of their good deeds versus sins. They are measured not in their good deeds, but in their humility as they do them. And a person is not measured in their sins, but in their accountability for them. So if you have a track record of humility and accountability, then that is all that is necessary for you to reach your highest potential. That no matter how good we do, we remain humble. And no matter how bad we do, we remain accountable. These things are what create our future. Bijou, you share that you grew up drumming and chanting. This instilled love for music and for prayer to the Creator. I love that, Bijou. That's such a wonderful sentiment, and you have seen for yourself how much love can arise from such a repetition of conscious engagement with life. And doing so with a prayerful attitude only increases your connection to the divine. My goodness, Laura, you share you must get your cat shaved, and it's going to cost you $250 to $450. Pray for you. He's very matted. Oh, well, he's in good care that you are willing to spend such money on such a family member of yours. They deserve to feel comfortable in their own skin and in all the fur that emerges from that skin. Healthy fur is very important for a cat, and they can become very depressed or even anxious when their fur becomes infected with fleas or matted or starts falling out. Good fur health is important for a happy feline. This is true for all furry friends, but cats are certainly no exception. Onagoro, you share that you feel like you're allowed to exist because it wants you alone forever. You are never alone, my friend. When you were younger, the trees spoke to you. The breeze was a subtle reminder that the winds are flowing with you, not against you. We drew sunglasses and a smile on the sun in the corner of our drawings. No matter what we do, as children, we felt and lived as though we were one with everything. There is a kind of aliveness within all of life, even if that life need not look like any life you are familiar with. For a child, you could have a pet rock, and as long as your pet rock is with you, you do not feel alone. Whether it's your safety blanket, whether it's your favorite stick, even if it's a patch of moss on the ground or just some dirt to play in, there is a spirit that flows through all of life, not just the ones that appear to have sentient minds. But as we grow up, we feel disconnected with this. We are told not to anthropomorphize. We are told that animals are not our friends and that the only conscious beings are us humans. But this is the greatest tragedy of growing up, that we lose the sense of consciousness for everything around us. If you can dive back into that inner child through a lot of forgiveness and love and expressing yourself as you did, you will find that that capacity in you to feel that energy of life all around you has not gone anywhere. It has only been dormant. And thank you, Irmena, for your beautiful community fest. Hari Om Tat Sat. And I love that, Lois. Come spend a day in our indigenous communities and we will show you one with nature. I love that. Animals are our uplifters. I concur, everybody loves Raven. Chihiro, you ask, what do you do when you're sad? Nothing, you just be sad. You don't have to do anything when you are feeling any emotion. Just be that emotion. Be with it. The emotion occurs to you, but it does not define the rest of your life. Sadness goes away, not when we solve a problem, not when we take what is worrying us and get it away. What we do is we be one with our sadness. We allow ourselves to be sad. That's totally okay. You're so welcome to be sad because it's a baseline human emotion. It's part of your existence. Love it. Love your sadness. Don't hate it. Actually, you can be happy that you are sad. Don't believe me? Well, when you're watching a movie, when you're watching a sad movie, you are happy that it's a sad movie. You actually begin to enjoy the sadness of the movie because it makes it so much more than just a movie. It becomes relatable, it becomes an experience that you grow with the character. And the same is true for the character in the movie of life we call ourselves. If you look at your life like a kind of display, a kind of performance of the universe, then you can even start to enjoy your own sadness. Because it's a beautiful feeling. It's a heart-rending, heart-breaking feeling. But it's not one that takes away from your life, it only adds to it. Hello, the Ashen Chevalier. Welcome. Thank you, Scott, for your community fest. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Onogoro, for your rose too. I love what you said, that feelings remind you you're alive. I love you too, the Ashen Chevalier. Lois, you share that we are only humans and should not be shamed for our feelings. We don't need to be. We have them. Isn't it amazing that we have them? I mean, such an interesting and unique experience. It's not a sensation of hot or cold. It's not quite a thought. It's not quite something you see. It's not quite something you hear. It's a whole other dimension of life that adds to the experience and richness of it. Lois, you share that feelings are a gift to know we are alive, aren't they? Well said. Everybody loves Raven. You share that you're sad to see people distraught over our current political climate. It's relevant, you share. That's a powerful statement. Well, politics are always relevant. On a worldly level, absolutely. Political action is one of the biggest ways of making change at the level of nation, the level of state, municipality. But at the level of the heart, the greatest change is made not through politics, but through an inner kind of change. We can change the world through activism, but we can only change our heart through a kind of introspection. Nothing in the world can change our heart. This, we have to employ a different kind of government. A government made up not by a body of people, but by the mind and its intellect, that we must exercise these faculties of life in order to create long-lasting change from within. Thank you, Irmena, for your applause. And Soul Kami, thank you for your heartmate. Radhe Radhe. Raise Against, you ask, how do you think injustice in the world can be faced? With love. There is not a being out there that does not deserve it of love. And unfortunately, those that did not get enough love, they do not know how to create it within themselves. And so they try to extract it from others at the sacrifice of others' love. But love is not a resource that needs to be extracted, that needs to be hoarded. This comes from materialistic thinking. In the material world, yes, resources are scarce. That there is not infinite food or water or medicine. There are not infinitely many teachers and doctors to go around, or mental health professionals. But if we think in the same way towards love, then we forget that love is immaterial, because love cannot be described in terms of atoms or chemical reactions. It cannot be described in terms of physicality, but spirituality. Love is the very thing that scientists look for but cannot find. Love is the very witness of life, which sees all but cannot be seen. There's plenty of love to go around, and it especially needs to go to those whom have a lack of it in their lives. Thank you, Marcia, for your rose. Radhe oh Radhe. And Michelle, thank you for the gentle reminder to stay hydrated. I will take a sip for you. Super San, thank you for your heart me. And Raise Against, thank you for your heart me as well. Raise Against, you also ask, so you can't fight fire with fire. Ask yourself, what is lacking in the world? If it is kindness, then we have to provide kindness to it. If it is compassion and patience, tolerance and acceptance, then these are things that we must give to the world, because these are aspects that we cultivate from within. When we want peace in the world, we start from where we are. We cannot hope to make the world peaceful when we do not know what it feels like ourselves. So, world peace is a goal that we should strive for after an inner peace is cultivated. Trust me, you will do so much more for the world once you are established in peace. Then you can share that infinite repository, and you will never get drained. And Meryl, you shared that Mermander has a question. It's important. Thank you for echoing Mermander's voice. Allow me to scroll up so I may find it. You're wondering, you know how humble I am. Well, but did I see your question above? If I have a moment, let me look up. Is there anything that you all can help me with in the way that I help you? You've been thinking this lately. There are great things that I would like help with in the future. If you can have patience and if you stay with me long enough, I know that this community has a latent potential that has so far gone untapped, because there are a lot of bright minds here, and with a kind of prayerful organization, I believe that we can shape ourselves into a key that can unlock a lot of potential in the world. But this is something that the energy is not quite there yet. There is a spiritual dimension which is currently being created, and I'll let you know when. Until then, all I ask is that for anyone who comes in here, especially if they are in here without knowledge of what exactly we do here, that we treat them with love and kindness, we extend patience, and we judge them not for expressing their own experience of life. That would make me very happy. Thank you. Thank you, Basprad, for your finger heart too. Here's one for you as well. And Lily Check, thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And you all already do help me in many ways. I feel very grateful for you, and it is my wish to be able to support you, because I feel like you deserve to be given 10 times, 100 times more than what you give me. And I'm working on that myself. And thank you, Onogoro, for another donut. Radhe o Radhe. And Heavenbound, thank you for your heartmate. Hare Krishna. And Merle, you ask, or you share that you really believe I am a divine soul. Divine soul, redundant. All souls are divine. The soul is the mark of divinity itself. Is it not? When there is a lack of the divine somewhere, we say, there's no soul here. Raise Against, you ask, do I follow a non-meat diet? I have found that my system works best when I stay away from tamasic or rajasic foods. These are foods with the quality that give rise to a decrease in the mind's energies or an increase in the mind's energies. The purest of all foods are those which are sweet in nature, flavorful but not spicy, that which you do not want to go into a food coma after eating. So I strive for a diet which is rich in this quality, which is called sattvic. It just so happens that meat is not in the sattvic category. So it's not a moral choice. It's a practical choice for the sake of having a clear mind. Because there is a direct link between the chemicals in our food, and I don't just mean manufactured chemicals, I mean even the molecules that grow naturally, that every compound is psychoactive. Maybe you don't notice, but if you are becoming more sensitive to it, then you will notice that after you eat something like turkey, your faculties, they lower in some sense. You want to go have a nap. Or if you eat something like onion and garlic, your faculties, they become overexerted for a period of time. And then there's a crash afterwards. So it is in this way that my diet has become one without meat, because it's all about how they interface with the mind. If you want a clear mind, then there are certain ways of eating which conduce a mind that is free of insult, that is free of envy, that's free of anger. Our food has a big relationship with this. Aww. My dear Shadow, the cat. I must show you him. He was staring at me, but he really wants to come out. He's just by the door there. Yes. You know, as a shadow, he's not easy to see, so why don't I just bring him to you? He would like out, so I'm gonna bring him out. Can you say hi to everyone, Shadow? Beautiful boy you are. He wanted to come outside to join his brother Sandy in the Catio. Thank you, Nellyho, for your subscription. I'm always elated to have you here. You know this. And I'm still working on a Sandy and Shadow sticker set for you guys who are subscribed. Just a little addition I can have to what is such a beautiful gesture. And I'm always grateful to connect with you deeper here. And off of here on other platforms too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Official Sunshine Love, for wishing a perfect Saturday. And did you change your name? Was it once Official Rhea Sunshine? If not, then what a big coincidence that we have lots of official sunshine here. Hello, Huey. They have a Catio? How lovely. You would love to see that, shares Dr. Ginny. Yes, see, they used to have just a cage that was pretty big. It had a couple levels to it. But I had this vision of a little house for them. So I went and with my mother we bought some 2x4s and some not drywall, some plywood, lots of screws, some roofing, and some deer netting for the windows. And I made in 3 days a Catio for them that's really big. I wanted one big enough that I could go in and play with them inside. So whenever I'm overstimulated and I want to be like a cat, I just climb in the Catio too. And I'm in there with them. You would like to see. I don't know if you can see from this angle, but it's behind that dresser thing and this bench. There's a 10-foot Catio there, and of course it goes down like 5 feet or so because we're on an elevated deck here. But there's one platform and another one below it, and in between there's another platform on the right. They deserve it. And it's always nice to get your hands involved in a project like that. Asa, you had asked, why did I take down all my videos? See, I took them down because I was just adding to the mess of the internet, really. On TikTok, there's no shortage of channels that are there to provoke you in some way by providing hot takes that get you thinking. But I don't want to get you thinking. I don't need to get you thinking. I realized that actually I need to get you thinking less. I need to think less myself. Because although I was very much immersed in all of those things that I shared, I was also getting very overwhelmed with life. And I do not wish to overwhelm you in the way that I was overwhelmed by it all. See, if you spend a lot of time thinking about big concepts in math and religion, philosophy, you end up in the hospital. At least this was my experience. Because I drove myself crazy thinking so hard about life, the universe, and everything, that I had such severe existential dread and anxiety that I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep, I couldn't go to school, I couldn't have a job. I was very poorly functioning outside of making videos. So it felt dishonest of me that I'd make this video about some grand concept, but the moment I stopped filming, I returned to being very mentally ill, you could say. So it is with being humbled that I took down all my videos, because they were not conducive to peace. They were conducive to opening the mind, sure. But where will the mind go if it has nowhere safe? Safety is of utmost required when it comes to spiritual awakening. There needs to be a kind of love and comfort and understanding. And I have no doubt that some other person on this app will provoke you in the ways that I used to. But I know that what I really need is love and comfort, and so I wish to extend all that to you now. Agreed, shares Marmander. Big thoughts lead to grippy sock vacation. You had the same thing happen. Yes. I went to the hospital. I told them I was anxious and my anxiety wouldn't go away. Now, fortunately, being in Canada, they treated me for free, and they did every test they could. They tested my pulse, set me up with an ECG, took blood tests, prodded around my tummy, looking for anything unusual. Everything they could do to test for my symptoms, they did, and they determined that there wasn't anything physically wrong with me. Or if there was, my vitals aren't diminished in any way, so you're definitely going to be alive. They had no problem sending me home because anxiety is not life-threatening, even though it feels that way. Of course, hearing this, I thought, man, if nothing came up on the tests, this must mean that I have something so rare that even they couldn't find it. But this was the anxiety talking. They did the best they could. So did my doctor. But the biggest step I took in my anxiety was just taking a different perspective towards life. Really recalibrating exactly how I want to be. How I want to engage in the world. And since then, I've had a tremendous improvement in my anxiety, in my physical and mental health. My relationships have improved. I got my appetite for the first time in my life. Sleep schedule, finally, consistent. And many addictions that I was using for self-medication, no longer necessary. This is the power of a genuine wish to make your life peaceful, blissful, without exhorting to anything external. That's very funny. Everybody loves Raven. The rare diagnosis I have is insight, intuition, and knowing. Tough to navigate this terrain. You're very sweet. But it's true, us sensitive folk, we have a kind of perception of life that is hard to navigate, because it's easy to get overwhelmed when there's so much in life to whelm you. And thank you, Jel, for your rose. Om Namah Shivaya. Hello, MJ. I'm happy you're with us too. I like that Filipine. In this world, the only thing that travels faster than light is darkness. It's very clever. I'm happy to be here. Merle, you asked, do I drink coffee or caffeine? That was one of the things that I decided to let go of in my journey to being friends with anxiety. See, I don't say that anyone has anxiety or doesn't have it. Some of us just have it as an enemy or a friend. On my way to make friends with anxiety, caffeine was one of the things that I decided I did not need. That to have a kind of energy for life is my responsibility, not the responsibility of any liquid. And thank you, 4 a.m. Walker, for your rose. Radhe or Radhe. Raise against. Thank you for wishing me a great day. All the same to you and everyone here. User 313. You share. You guys know he's in front of a blue screen, right? Now, if I didn't know that I was sitting outside, I would agree. Because it looks like that, doesn't it? There is my lovely Tulasi plant. There is my mother's garden. See, if this is a blue screen, then I must be really good at having a 3D environment that moves just as the camera moves. So I commend you all for believing in my 3D graphic skills, but it is not actually my forte. And 4 a.m. Walker, you were wondering what you were before you were born. This is not something I can tell you. This is because who you are right now does not have to have anything to do with who you were then. If you were any other life form besides human, it would be possible to discover, just on observing how they are now, what they were before. Because karma is such that in a human life form, we have the power to change our karma. We have the power to change our mind. We even have the power to change the world. This requires a certain kind of free will. And free will means that given how you are right now, I will not be able to know how you were. To the extent that you are conscious, I will not be able to know this. Similarly, having free will means that tomorrow you might be unrecognizable to me. This is because you have free will. Because your consciousness has been refined to such a point through various lifetimes that we have now gained a foothold of intention, of intelligence. We can now use these things for our spiritual growth rather than being subjected to them. Billy, you like my blue bandana? Well, thank you. Is this the white and gold or black and blue dress all over again? For me, it's a black bandana. But you know, some people might not see colors the same way we do. Your blue could be my black. And Merle, you would love to shake my hand one day, as I have been a blessing on gaining knowledge. Well, though that is such a respectful gesture, It's far too formal for me. I'd be content with a hug or a high five. Or we can connect our energies in a different way. Hello, user 740. How's my universe? Full of possibility. Looking up. Waiting for me to take the next step. Bradley, you're wondering, where do I live? I live wherever the universe places me. But at this moment, I'm in a place in the world that we call Canada. But what the First Nations call this place here specifically, I'm not sure. It is presumably gone by many names and had different people come and go. What name in particular describes this place in full? Only Mother Earth could be used objectively. Billy, you are wondering, so how would you know what a non-human being used to be? In ancient scripture, the formula for attaining your next body is very simple. Your next body is determined by your last thought. And this makes sense intuitively. If you are in empty space, when there's no more acting forces, if you just throw an object, it'll go in the last direction it was headed. That whatever trajectory you release that object in, it will go to attain whatever is that way. So too, our thought is our last trajectory. Whatever consciousness is, your final thought is its last stepping off point. It can only go in the direction pointed to by the last thought. So, whatever your last thought is, to fulfill that idea, that purpose, we eventually find a body that suits that trajectory. For example, if your last thought is something that can be attained in an animal body, then you will be given such. But if your last thought is something that can only be attained in a human body, you will be given such. So, it is clear that for all those born as animals, their last thought in their past life, it must have been something about attaining food, attaining shelter, attaining a mate, because this is what an animal body is made for the pursuit of food, mate, shelter. Unfortunately, many humans are also still living in their animalistic ways, because their last thought too will probably be something of those three. Although instead of food, it's about a restaurant. Instead of a mate, it's about a romantic partner. Instead of shelter, it's about what kind of mansion they could have had. But still, all these thoughts, these can be fulfilled in essence by any animal body. So when you look at an animal, we can talk about its past thought. And the last thought tells you a great deal about what kind of life they must have lived. Because a person's last thought is the culmination of their entire existence. Is it not? Whatever you are working towards, it will culminate in your last thought. So if you work your whole life towards better food, better mate, better shelter, then your last thought will lead you to an animal body. But humans are unique among all animals because they can go and attain something higher. We have the ability for discipline, for study, for prayer, for devotion, for a kind of love that is indescribable. We have the ability to occupy austerity and deny our mind of simple pleasures for working towards the greater good of the world, towards understanding the universe, our true identity, and where we have come from. You know that in a human body, this is possible. As such, all I can say for a human is that your last thought in your last life must have been very rare indeed. It must have been exemplary, because no other thought could have led to the unique and rare experience of a human body that is especially equipped for these higher things. So we must make good use of them. One of the distinctions we can make between another animal and a human is that humans can change their mind at any time. So what you are working towards so far in your life, this cannot explain what you will work towards tomorrow, because you could decide at any moment to go in a different direction. This is uniquely human. And thank you, Marl, for your subscription. I'm only grateful to have you here, and I'm elated that we get to connect, even virtually. Hari Om Tat Sat. CK and the daily grind, you are wondering, where am I? In the same universe as you. Same planet. There's only so many options. On this planet, I happen to be located on Earth. Dr. Ginny, you ask, but how do we know animals don't seek knowledge, pray, elicit change? They do in their own ways, of course. This is not to undermine the faculties of an animal. It is a beautiful experience, no doubt. Animals are not less than humans. If I have implied this in any way, I am sorry. It's just that you will never see an animal studying scripture. You will never see an animal looking up to the sky, asking questions. You will never see an animal exercising for the sake of discipline. You will never see an animal not go with its friends to go and check out something new in its environment because it has decided that it wants to continue working on this project. You will never see an animal refuse to eat a certain food because it's trying to cultivate a very specific diet. Maybe once in a blue moon you see these things, but in a human you see these things every day. So our humanness is especially equipped for these kinds of intellectual veto. Our intellect, our buddhi, can veto the mind. The mind wants to do this, doesn't want to do that. But with an empowered intellect, we can deny the mind these simple things in order to pursue something transcendental. See, animals are not forming collective organizations to provide meals for the poor. They do not form organized systems of effort to bring welfare to other animals. They do not commune for the sake of helping those who are in danger. It's a bit of a free-for-all. But that's not to say they aren't conscious, because we were all animals once in another lifetime. And we learned lots in that experience, definitely. But in a human lifetime, we were able to do something different with it all. And thank you, Nick, for your lock and key. Hare Krishna. Now, why don't we read from another short section of the Bhagavad Pema Chodran? I think this would be a lovely interim. And hello, Fiji water bottle. For those of you who don't know, Bhima is a wonderful Buddhist nun. And she has such wonderful words of wisdom that's collated in many of her works here, with 108 passages. I'd like to read another one for you all today. Today we are going to read from verse 29, which is rejoice in ordinary life. Rejoice in ordinary life. We can learn to rejoice in even the smallest blessings our life holds. It is easy to miss our own good fortune. Often happiness comes in ways we don't even notice. It's like a cartoon I saw of an astonished-looking man saying, "What was that?" The caption below read, "Bob experiences a moment of well-being." The ordinariness of our good fortune can make it hard to catch. The key is to be here, fully connected with the moment, paying attention to the details of ordinary life. By taking care of ordinary things, our pots and pans, our clothing, our teeth, we rejoice in them. When we scrub a vegetable or brush our hair, we are expressing appreciation, friendship towards ourselves, and toward the living quality that is found in everything. This combination of mindfulness and appreciation connects us fully with reality and brings us joy. A nice simple one. That's number 29. Rejoice in ordinary life. Thank you for listening. I love Bhima. And thank you for wishing me a beautiful day, C. All the same to you all. And thank you, C, for your disco love too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And you are very right, Eleni. There are many things that we can learn from animals. They are very self-sufficient. They are very connected with nature. Animals are so important for us. We must take care of them because they're part of Mother Earth. And they served as the foundation of many ecosystems and chains of evolution. Without the animals in our world, many parts of Mother Earth would also die off So it is important that we take care of them for the well-being of our whole planet. But more than that, the universe is expressed through them just as it's expressed through us. We have to have love for them, because if we don't, then what does that say about us? It means that we are unable to see how much worthy they are of love. We are not able to appreciate the source of the universe through them. The only real difference between an animal and a human is that their system is just arranged in a different way. They don't have anything different than we do. It is just a different collection of molecules. All the same constituents of life is there, but it's ordered differently. But we should feel very blessed to have a human life, because it's also so rare and sacred. We should appreciate our humanity. So much animal sacrifice goes into a human life. And this is true on many different levels. But in a human life, it is said that we can reach enlightenment. In a human life, we can finally be liberated from the endless cycle of suffering. In a human life, one can talk to the divine and get an answer. This is your birthright. This is your destiny. You can finally have that infinite peace that has been so elusive for how many million years or more. And thank you, Dr. Ginny, for your trio of roses. You share meanwhile your cat is listening to me and biting her toenails. Isn't that the cutest? When they go... They do such good to take care of their bodies, to bathe themselves, make sure they're nice and clean. And they even smell good, too. And thank you, MJ, for your wonderful paper crane. Hari Om Tat Sat. And good night, Chloe. May you have a wonderful sleep. Letitia, you share that you're sad. You are asking if I can say good night to you. Of course, my dear. May you have meaningful dreams and such a restful time that you feel rejuvenated and have a spring in your step when you get up. And it's okay to be sad, by the way. You're allowed to be. And Steve, you share that you love my voice and just all around aura. Watch me every night. Well, hello. And I'm happy that we get to connect here and that you find such positive things in this space. Dalen, you ask, how do you let someone down easy? Well, you are Talon Downing. It's in your very name. See, letting someone down, we must let them up. Right now, someone has given an expectation in which they feel like they will get to experience or express something which is more than what they have now. If this is not something that we can go forth with ourselves, then we must provide them with something else instead. We cannot cut their hopes and dreams. We must give them something to look forward to. For instance, in logic class, you might learn the method of argument, which is to ensure good logos, pathos, ethos, and chronos. Logos means that there is a kind of logical soundness to the reason why you can't do something, that it makes sense. Pathos means that you attend to their pathology, that you engage in good psychology. You make sure that your reason makes their mind content as well. Ethos means that your reason is also something that actually benefits you or both of you. That you are empowered to do so because it takes care of a boundary or a need. Therefore, they feel happy to accept that this is not something that you can do for them. And chronos means that you tell them that the time for it is not right, and that you do want to do these kinds of things when the time is in order. So logos, pathos, ethos, and chronos, if you ensure all these things in your response, then they are left feeling like it makes sense, that their mind, their personality, their being has been acknowledged, that it's a healthy decision on your part, and thus they will be happy for you, and that right now the time isn't the best for it. If you ensure all these things, then how can anyone be upset? You don't leave them hanging, you leave them with something to look forward to. And thank you, Morgan, for your stinging bee and your heart me. Namaste. Jai Siddharam. And thank you, Morgan, for your generosity in sending a subscription to someone else. Your subscription was sent to Deb. That's very kind of you for gifting it. So thank you for doing that, and I look forward to connecting with Deb in any way in which I can. And in the vision, thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Alex, you had a question. At one point, was this a page full of history/facts? Maybe you could look at my older videos like that. I don't think anything I presented was fact. And history was not ever something that I explored on this channel. But if that's the impression that you got, then I cannot deny your experience. Namaskar, Viri. Pebel, you're wondering, in what world am I living in? A one which includes you, and I'm grateful that we get to experience it together. And hello, Jace. Oh, goodbye, Michelle. Thank you for staying here. An unoriginal name, you share that it's Kairos, not Chronos. Well, I know that Chronos refers to the chronology of an event, given that it's the Greek word for time. I believe that in an argument, the chronology is important. That when something occurs, if it's not at the right time, we need to acknowledge that. But perhaps Kairos is a synonym? I don't know, I haven't heard of this, but thank you for sharing. It refers to another aspect of argument. And good evening, Rex. And thank you, Alex. And not your girl, Hattie. Not your girl, Hat Tie. Thank you for your 20 community fests. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Margin, for sending another pair of gifts to Oroko Saki and user 282. That's very kind of you to extend your generosity in this way. You also sent one to Irma just now. I hope that I will be able to serve them in the capacity that they allow me to. Not your girl Hattai, you're wondering, do I do private sessions? Well, you are always welcome to privately message me. Though I don't respond on this platform, if you want to message me on WhatsApp, Telegram, email, Instagram, I will be happy to attend to you. Sometimes it might take me a day to reply because I get a lot of them, but I'm here for you not just during the live streams, but outside of them also. An original name here, you share that I make you feel hopeful some people our age might be worthwhile. Either everyone is worthwhile or no one is. I believe that there is the latent potential, which is very obvious in many generations, but it's always going to be there. That there is something beautiful ready to happen within everybody. Sometimes we just have to become witness to that beauty. Denise, you share, Hati is your grandmother's and your daughter's name. Aw, thank you for telling me how to pronounce it. And Angela, you share that you had an aunt Hati. That's very cool. Hati, thank you. You share that you love that I remind you of those things. Life has hardened your heart. Life has a way of putting us in vulnerable scenarios and seeing what we do with that. And one way to protect ourselves is to build up walls. But the more walls we build, the more we divide ourselves. Once they come crashing down, there is only a tender softness which is shared by all. And you love your name, not your girl Hadi. I love your name too. And that is right. I am unsure how to pronounce your lovely name. Matadon, perhaps. This is indeed a sock. A Yamsox. An original name here. You share that you were beaten badly for years, most of your life, broken bones, reconstructive surgeries, etc. And you found this page right after you got out. I'm so grateful that you have an unconquered spirit, that no matter how hard various aspects of life try to conquer you, there still remains a shining light within you. And that light can never go out. And I'm only honored that I get to reflect it back to you here in this space. Healing the body is very important. Healing the mind, especially. And we do our best healing when we get to experience love, community, understanding. We treat every aspect of our life with a kind of sigh of relief that we're happy to be here, no matter what happens. And thank you, little wing Nico, for your heart me. Radhe oh Radhe. And Shasta, thank you for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. Thank you, Morgan, for your cheer you up. And everybody loves Raven. Thank you for your balloons. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Kiroro Nov, you ask, how to be more kind in interacting / responding with the people who hurt you. If you feel like you are not ready to interact with them in such a way, then please set all the boundaries that make it easier for you to do so. Interacting with loving kindness does not mean that we sacrifice our own well-being. So, in any way that you need to set those boundaries, please be empowered to do so. But when it comes to giving loving kindness, when you do have this capacity inside you, which, by the way, is a kind of capacity that arises when we first give these things to ourselves, or more accurately, allow them to arise within ourselves. How can we be kind, full of love for others, if we don't have these things for ourselves first? And when we wish to share it with others, we recognize them not for their faults, but for their virtues. We do not love them because they hurt us, but because we have healed. We love them for what good is possible in them. We love them for what they have taught us, even in ways that could have been different. We love without boundary, not because someone deserves it, and another does not, but because love is something that heals the world. Everybody loves Raven. Thank you for your pumpkin spice latte as well. I hope it's decaf, or I'll stay up all night thinking of you. And Little Wing Nico, thank you for your pair of finger hearts, your Ginger Man, your Community Fest, your music play, and a TGIF. It is Friday. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Gina. Thank you for your GG. GG, Gina. Hare Krishna. And Shay, thank you for your 5 roses too. You're so wonderful. I have some cheer for you. MJ, you ask, why does your heart open with so much love when you watch my sanghas? They're not just my sanghas, they're our sanghas. It's the kind of love you feel. ... Do these ellipses give rise to another part of this comment? Or does it end here? Either way, I think our hearts open when a certain space is cultivated, where we are accepted. And although my own ego gets in the way often, I try to ensure that no matter who comes here, they are accepted for how they are. That I judge you not for the places you have been, for the person you have created. I only see the potential in you, and this is not because I'm so great that I can do this for you. It's because you're so great that you make it so easy for me that I cannot help but appreciate you for the way you are right now. And I think that helps. All of you are just so beautiful that your beauty makes this space what it is. And thank you, not your girl Hattie, for your 20 ice cream cones too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And there's so much love that's shared with all of you. So many wise beings. So much experience here. And I'm only honored to be a part of it. You're liking the yippee, HRH sunshine? That's good. And thank you, Michael Lockhart, for your heart, me, and rose as well. Om Namah Shivaya. Meryl, you share that every vibration is positive and it's powerful as a community of one. And thank you, Shay, for sharing your positive vibes and prayers with all the things to me as well. I love you too, Gina. Squirrely and Fancy Son. One of my favorite characters of SpongeBob. Do I still believe in the importance of math? Of course. Math is what got me to where I am today. And so I owe a lot of my experience to mathematics. It's a very rare journey for me. Not everyone goes to school wanting to be a researcher in mathematics and comes out of it as crazy as I am for spiritual things. I never would have expected to find the source of life within math and have it speak to me so vividly through equation rather than my native tongue of English. But it has. And thus goes to prove that the divine is within everything. Tail, you are wondering, what am I most grateful for? I'm most grateful for you. Don't believe me? Well, wherever my awareness is in this moment, your question has given rise to gratitude for you. And my gratitude likes to compete with itself, that I strive to be more grateful for everything new that comes into my experience. I am grateful for whatever the present moment shows to me. My present moment has given rise to our ability to connect with each other now. And since now is the greatest thing that is, I am the most grateful for you. How do you share that you've sent me a DM on Instagram? Well, I look forward to seeing it. And abundance, or abundant, without the E, I guess it's abundant. You ask, why did I delete all my videos? Oh, it's a very simple answer, but one that's not easy to say. So, if it is okay, I would direct you to the link tree in my bio, which has a frequently asked questions page, and I can tell you the full story there. And if you have any questions, you can get back to me with them. And thank you, Michael, for your wonderful galaxy. I'm so grateful that of all the galaxies in the universe, of all the stars, we orbit the same one on the same planet here. And your galaxy is a reminder of that for me. So thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hari Om Tat Sat Brang Bhairavaya Namaha. Thank you, Oloren, for your finger heart. There's one for you too. Namo Namaha. Everybody loves Raven. You share that your battery is dying. Not just in your iPhone. Been a long, short week. Well, make sure that you recharge. Tether yourself not to the outlet, for you will certainly fry your nervous system that way, but to the source of life within you. And I am sure that you will be filled with a kind of light which will radiate out to you, as though how do you say that which gets light and then radiates it afterwards. Glow-in-the-dark things have this property. Whatever. You too shall receive the light in your rest from within and be able to outshine even the brightest stars when you emerge. Illuminating is a good word. Radiation as well, shares Billy. Thank you. For your heart, Mifai. Radhe Radhe. Luminescence. That's the word. Thank you, the link below. E-flat impressions? EB impressions, you share that you feel like you're finally reaching your frequency and it feels electric. I'm so happy to hear this. And just as you feel like you've reached a frequency you never have before, this experience will keep going and you will climb higher and higher. Infinite ascension. Bioluminescence. Yes. Thank you, Dale. Now, Yolo Farquad, you ask another great question. Have I ever studied the teaching of Welka Hayal Anuna? I have not. But I love your repertoire of great teachers and how you plant the seeds for us all to study from them. Hattie, you're wondering, where am I from? My mother's womb. But she birthed me in Canada, in Calgary, Alberta. Denise, you ask, where do I think our spirits go when they die? Where does the movie screen go when it ends? When you watch a movie, when the movie's done playing, where does the movie screen go? Huh? Actually, the movie screen was there when you got there, and it's still there when you leave. The movie screen is what spirit means. Spirit is the stage in which life occurs. You cannot see it. At the same time, you're kind of always looking at it. Like, you're only ever looking at the movie screen when you're watching a movie, right? But you're not paying attention to the screen. You're paying attention to the light that's reflected off that screen. So too, soul, consciousness, spirit, whatever you want to call it, that's the very field of experience itself. It's what's behind all the light that's getting reflected. Not just light, but sound and sensation. You're asking, where does the space of experience go when the experiences end? Nowhere. Actually, it's the experiences which come and go, but the experiencer stays the same the whole time. See, we look at death from the wrong side. We see someone in a body, and then whatever animated their body has left them. So we feel like they have left their body. And that's true from our perspective of them. But our perspective of our own death will be very different, because we will experience our body leaving us. We will experience the world dissolving back into our awareness. From the first person perspective, actually the world dissolves back into spirit, as if the world was coiled up in one spirit and became expressed in this way and eventually becomes unexpressed once more. But spirit, that latent state, always remains. And Denise, you share that your dad died and you miss him so much. You wonder where he is. Your father is just as with you as he was when he had a body, because that omnipresent field of consciousness which gives rise to this whole experience, that is your father, it is your mother, it is everyone you've ever met. There is only one being in the universe, and that's the universe. How can it go? It just expresses itself in different ways. Now maybe this particular expression has finished its performance, but that doesn't mean the impression it made on your heart will go anywhere. What a body is it's just an amplifier of consciousness. Consciousness is all around, but a body only amplifies it. It's also a receptacle. It's a two-way radio to share and receive love. Right now, your problem is you don't know where to put that love that you had, because before you could direct it to this receptacle called your father's body. But now, where's the receptacle? That's something that's moved in your heart now. See, what people do throughout our lives is that they make impressions in our hearts, and that's the renovation for their next home. That after a period of time in this body, they move in to a new body. The new body is a place they've hollowed out within your heart. And so that love must be directed inwards now, because that's where they're staying. They've just moved, that's all. Their address has changed. Right? If you go to your friend's house, but they don't live there anymore, no problem. You just find out where they live now, and you go and love them in their new location. A person's address changes from their body to the hearts of their loved ones. So this is where the mail is to be delivered to. And that is why that if any mail were to be outstanding that had yet to be delivered to your father, it would be delivered to the mother or the child. It would physically go to you, because now you bear responsibility for these things, because the Father's residence is now inside your heart. And I speak of this on two levels. This whole process can be used to describe our physical father, but the word father has also been used to describe that which gave rise to this whole universe. So too, that singular point which was once the residence of the Father has moved out of that and moved into all of our hearts. So the source of life cannot be found anywhere outside of us anymore. It has to be found inside too. So for a prayer to be answered, it needs to be directed into our heart. Our heart is our spiritual hub. And I think that's a great word, hub. Thank you, Giuliano, for your community fest just a minute ago. Hare Krishna. And Kali Wells, thank you for your rose. Jai Siddharam. Let's hope they made a good impression. I love that, Raven. Meryl, you share that you're having issues tapping into your feminine energy for balancing. Any advice? What does feminine mean? It means Shakti. It means Bhakti and Shakti. The oldest definition, and to me the most extensive of the feminine, what it really means to be feminine, is to be unbounded in your expression. Unbounded in your love. Unbounded in how you sing, how you dance, how you give, how you nurture. The goal of the feminine is to go beyond. There are really two forces of this universe, expansion and contraction. They are both necessary, but it's the role of the feminine to expand. So if you are feeling too contracted, if you are feeling stuck, go beyond your comfort zone, and your femininity will radiate. Being feminine means that you are independent. Being feminine means that you go where your heart takes you. Being feminine means that no one can silence you. Being feminine means that you are the force of creation. Remember these things and your femininity will shine brightly. And thank you, Linda, for your 23 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Ella, you share that you want to connect to spirituality but you're not sure where to start. What would I suggest? Ella, do you live by a body of water? By a river or a lake or an ocean? I'm asking. You can go to a lake. I'd recommend that you go have a dip in this lake. Submerge yourself completely. And maybe huck a couple rocks there while you're at it. And I believe that a kind of unfolding in your life will take place after. This is my wish for you. And thank you, Sabina, for your 100 roses. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. You're very welcome. Shinigami, you share that you don't get satisfaction in any work you do. You always want more. How to get away from greed? become spiritually greedy but not materially greedy. What is a vice in the world is a virtue in spirit, and what is a vice in spirit is a virtue in the world. In the world, we should try to strive for completion. We should be content with what we have. In the world, we should be happy with our relationships, with our house, with our car, with our education, with our knowledge base. In the world, there needs to be a kind of loving acceptance there. But spiritually, I want you to be so hungry for higher purpose that it grows and grows and grows and grows and grows. There's a big secret in the spiritual path. You become satisfied the more that is available for you to accomplish. Not the more you have accomplished, but the more possibility that is coming your way. So if you feel this dissatisfaction, withdraw from it into spirit. See yourself as having been able to do so much more, and you will continue to strive for higher and higher things. You will experience so much love, but the more love you have, the more you want to give it. And the more you give love, the more love you'll get. And it keeps begetting itself in this way. And then exponential, infinite expansion happens. But in the world, we should strive to do so with a kind of satisfaction. We become satisfied in the world by accepting things the way they are. We work for the sake of service of others, not for accumulating anything ourselves. This is the spirit of karma yoga. I am sure that you have heard of the word karma. I am sure that you have heard of the word yoga. But karma yoga is the yoga of action. Through our actions, we strive for the welfare of all beings. That we see the world as a kind of perfect state already. Perfect because it provides us ample opportunity for service. We flip our understanding of the world like this. That the world does not need to be perfect, because you already are. And in your perfection, you give to the world what you need to give, and not what the world needs from you. When we look at the world in this way, then we see it as our divine playground, that we are giving not because it's our responsibility or duty necessarily, but because it's our way of expressing our soul. And that's a great word for it, Lando. Seva, which is a cognate in English with service in Sanskrit. Seva, selfless service. HRH Sunshine. You ask for one? So young. How did I become so wise? Well, I have a very wise mommy. My mom. My mother, my Mama Moon. She is so wise. If I have inherited 1% of her wisdom, what's to say of the other 99%? Hey? My father has taught me so much too. My friends, I feel like there is a teacher within everyone, and I can never devoid anyone with the opportunity to teach me something. Because the moment I do that, and the moment I'm not learning, if you believe that everyone has something to teach you, and I don't just mean every human being, everything in our life, there is a teacher in it. If you look at everything that comes to you as a teacher, then you will always be learning, won't you? If we try not to see ourselves as above anyone or anything, then even an ant has a lesson for you. You just have to watch it. Follow the flow of awareness. Where is this ant going? How long has it been walking? Where does it know that it needs to go? Why is it so determined? How much love does it have for its queen? How much work does it do without wanting anything in return? Is it thirsty? Is it hungry? Just by asking these questions. Doesn't matter if it's an ant or if it's your mother. Inquire into life, and life will open up in you. And thank you, Make a World, for your rose. Radhe or Radhe. And John Simon, thank you for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Does the ant know itself? I was about to say, does the no ant itself? And Shinigami, thank you for your paper crane. Om Namah Shivaya. HRH Sunshine, you shared that you actually learned a lot from one of your cats. She gave unconditional love and loved everyone. I have had similar experiences with my cats, and I'm so grateful to relate with you in that. Cats are very angelic beings, aren't they? Hello, Arya. Thank you for asking. I am feeling well. You are wondering if I have any advice for the first couple live streams you'll do. That's wonderful. Remember that the divine is always with you, and that if you just open your mouth, words will come out. It doesn't matter if you find the right words. Doesn't matter if you say the wrong words. The universe has given us time. Time because we are allowed to make mistakes. That nothing is set in stone. That if you say the wrong thing, you can always retract it and start again. I'll tell you a story. When I was in grade 8, that's the last grade in my middle school, we were being given a tour of our high school. And part of that tour involved us popping into various high school classes to just get a feel for the kind of atmosphere and the teaching. And so I was put randomly into this class, and I guess the teacher was a bit mischievous and called upon me as if I was another student, as if I knew the answer to this question. And here I was, this middle schooler, surrounded by high schoolers. I didn't know what they were talking about, but I opened my mouth and I just started speaking. And then I said a word that didn't even make grammatical sense in the part of the sentence that I was at. And I had a quick realization that I could either embarrass myself to death or I could work with it. I could try to use that word in a new context and actually link it back into what I was originally trying to say. You'd be surprised how flexible the English language is when you trust that every word has a way to connect with what you're trying to get across. Think of it like rapping without a kind of beat behind it, without a kind of rhythm. That great freestyle artists, they are able to use whatever word comes to mind in a way that makes sense to the point they're trying to get across. And if you have this attitude in your live stream, I am only positive that you will be able to connect with so many. And it is my best wishes for you. I hope that any of my viewers who are interested in the overlap in our communities, they may come your way also, and we may build a community together with a shared audience. As a freestyle rapper, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. Godspeed. I love that land though. Sat, you exist. Jit, you are consciousness. Ananda, you are bliss. Sat Jit Ananda. Thank you, Arya. Gina, thank you for wishing me well. You're loaded now at your work? Well, I hope that tonight, or whenever you get off work, or you have a moment to rest, you are able to relax, unload all that you carried during the day, take the weight off your shoulder. And thank you, Sarah Brooks, for your tiny. Yippee! Where are Sandy and Shadow? Sandy and Shadow are in the Catio, Talon. You might be able to see Sandy's head as he's in between. He's in between. There he is. Hi, Sandy. Hello. I love you. Go. Yeah, little boba eye. Little ear. You're so cute. Sandy. Mr. Beans. Hard at work trying to eat the flowers on the other side. See, there's a rose bush next to him behind all this stuff. He's trying to get his paw out and just grab a rose stem and bring it towards his mouth so he can eat the petals. He's a flower-tarian. He eats flower petals. It's his main sustenance. We didn't decide it for him. We tried to get him to eat more protein. But no matter how much we feed him, he prefers flowers. And as such, he smells amazing. You know, I've never met a cat that smelled so good. Thank you, Irene, for your rose. Radhe. And OPNG. Thank you for your heart me as well. Hare Krishna. Hello, Sabina G. Welcome back. You share, I'm growing faster than bamboo. Bamboo. That's what a ghost says when he smacks you on your head and tries to scare you. Bamboo. But even provocation can be used to grow. Can't it? Yeah, OPNG, you share. You're so happy to see that I am doing live stream outside. It's a wonderful atmosphere, isn't it? Arya, you were wondering if I could have any superpower, what superpower would it be? I think it would be it'd be super love. If I could give someone a hug and they would just feel really loved. I'd be hugging everyone, Everyone who's having a bad day, I just walk up, give them a hug. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. Super hug. That'd be my superhero name. Super hug. See, if there's a bank robbery, no need to come in there with laser eye vision or invisibility. Just give them a hug. Tell them that they have so much more wealth within, that they do not need to get it from without. Bank robbery solved in a non-violent way. Dalen, you share that you love the nickname Yamatha. Has a nice ring to it. Yamatha. I'm always impressed in all of your combinations of the word yam or yammy. I've seen many from you. Yamuel, Yamson, Yammer, Yampter. That's a good one. I like that one a lot. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quartet of roses. Radhe or Radhe. Arya, you share, yes, you would have glowing hands that shatters their perception to love with touch. I love that too. Yammy Poo. And goodbye, HRH Sunshine. Thank you for sharing your blessings. I hope to be like a prism that takes in your blessings and refracts it amongst all of you. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your rose too. Jai Nisargadatta. And thank you, Gina, for your rose. Om Gam Ganapate Namaha. So action scenes, but love. Yeah, I like that. I think Batman, Superman, all of the men really. I think they'd have a lot better tactics if they introduced a lot of more love rather than and control or power over them. Instead of trying to overpower or take power away, why don't we empower them with love? Oh, I've never seen this mantra before. I like it. Om Vakradhunda Mahakeya Surya Koti Samaprabha. Jai. That's fun. That's your favorite one? Well, I'll have to remember that one for you. Sabina, you ask, what do I have to say about the Joker? The Joker, he's just misunderstood, isn't he? Joker just needs some love. He has a great sense of humor, doesn't he? He likes to perform, to give people expansive experiences that highlight some of the darker aspects of life. I think the Joker would make a great comedian, would make a great therapist even, since he is so in touch with his darker side, done a lot of shadow work. And there are healthier ways of expressing his traumas, I think. That he does not need to traumatize others in order to feel understood by others, the trauma that he had. Hi, Sandy. You're looking at me so cute-like. Oh, he's hopping off. Lando, you share, goes on a bit more, but it's a Ganesha one you learned a decade ago on a whim. Now you're Hindu? Life is funny like that. Life is funny like that. Oh, Shiva, Ganesha, Kali, especially these have a way of appearing in people's lives spontaneously. Kali shares mischief. Thank you, Inevitable, for your rose and pumpkin spice lattes. 4 of them, in fact. Hare Krishna. And thank you, Savannah, for your rose. I think Savannah is such a beautiful name. Of course, it's also a beautiful biome, especially in Africa. Arya, you share. So like yam, the root of it all, just needs the text and story finished, and you'll have the comic art done. I forgot that you were doing this. I'll believe it when I see it. I can't imagine anyone would make a comic inspired by me in any way, shape or form. I used to make a lot of comics when I was younger. It's actually how I got myself out of being bullied to some extent. Is that I would draw my own comics and then I'd deliver them in the classroom. And so people would read my comics instead of doing their homework or whatever. And they'd ask me, hey, could you get your character to do this or do that? And so I'd draw them doing various things for them, and in the next edition, people would come and ask for the latest volume of Yam comics. I forgot about that. I'm happy to relate with you in that, Arya. Thank you, Morgan, for your hat and mustache. Yeehaw! Hariom Tat Sat. Now, I would like to read from another section of a scripture with you all. The Vachanamrut, to be exact. It'll be a short interim, and we can return to whatever we want to talk about. So this is a scripture which contains about 300, I think exactly 273 discourses from the life of a very interesting being known as Bhagwan Swami Maharaj, who lived around the turn of the 19th century. He founded a certain lineage called the Swaminarayan tradition, and it is a branch of Hinduism, you could say. Although I'm not a part of it, I feel like these verses, because they're so rarely read to an English-speaking audience, I think we can learn from a very rich culture and experience some universal truths that embrace all walks of life. So I'll do my best to interpret it for our Western audience. Today we're reading Gadhada 169, the funny number. This passage is called the Dharma of, not sure how to translate this, the Dharma of a depressed person, I think you could say, and a sadhu, which is a monk. Dharma means, now this is an even harder word to translate. It means like righteous duty. It means like a living teaching, unique to everyone. On Chaitra Sudhi the 12th, Samvat 1876, which in our calendar is the 26th of March, 1820, Swami Shri Sahajanandji Maharaj, one of the names for Bhagwan Swami Maharaj, was sitting on a large decorated cot on the veranda outside the west-facing rooms in front of the mandir of Sri Vasudev Narayan in Dada Ghachor's Darbar in Gadhada. They like to set the setting They like to describe exactly where this teaching took place and what he was wearing. In fact, he was dressed entirely in white clothes. Know this? And at that time, an assembly of munis, of scholars, as well as devotees from various places had gathered before him. Following the evening arti, which is a ritual you might have seen people do, where they take an oil lamp or a ghee lamp and they light it on fire and they bathe various divine statues or images in the light and warmth of the light of that fire. It's very symbolic. Following the evening arti of Sri Vasudev Narayan and the chanting of the Narayan Dhunya, Sriji Maharaj, yet another epithet for Bhagwan Swami Narayan, asked the munis, the scholars, what exactly is Dharma? Please base your reply on the scriptures. The question arises because even the royalty of the past, who indulged in violence, did not harm those who took their refuge, nor did they allow others to harm them. So, is the sin committed by causing harm to others considered the same as the sin of causing harm to a person who has sought one's refuge? This is a big concept, especially in the last few thousand years, that various nations, they engaged in war for whatever ridiculous reason or not, but what was important in a leader was that they had a kind of mercy to them. That no matter who your enemy was, if they surrendered to you, if they took refuge at your feet, how could you cause them harm? This was the sign of a great leader. The munis, the scholars, attempted to reply according to their own understanding, but due to queries raised by Sriji Maharaj, no one was able to offer a satisfactory answer. And hello, Priscilla. Salut, Larian. All of the munis then said, Maharaj, we would like to put the same question to you, because violence performed on animals as part of a yagna, which is a kind of sacrifice that they did in previous ages, or some other ritual, is sometimes considered to be righteous. But non-violence is especially considered to be righteous dharma. Please clarify this. Thereupon, Sriji Maharaj explained, dharma, kind of righteousness, involving violence for the attainment of dharma, Artha and Kam. I'm not actually sure what these words mean, so forgive me. Maybe my assistant knows. Oh, my assistant, what are these Sanskrit words or Indic words? A-R-T-H, Artha, and K-A-A-M, Kam. Is this kama, lust or desire? And what is Artha?
In Sanskrit, Artha, earth, refers to wealth, purpose, or meaning, and kama, kam, signifies desire, passion, or pleasure. Kama isn't limited to lust, but encompasses all kinds of desires and enjoyments. How do you perceive the balance of Artha and kama in your life journey?
Good question. Maybe you all can think about that, but I'll keep reading. Moreover, that dharma which permits violence is, in fact, for the purpose of limiting violence. This is interesting. Non-violence, on the other hand, is for the attainment of liberation, which is the dharma of a sadhu, of a monk. Dharma involving violence is for fulfilling worldly desires, but it is not for the attainment of liberation. Non-violence, however, is solely for the purpose of attaining liberation. Therefore, for both householders and renunciants, only non-violence has been cited for the attainment of liberation, For example, King Uparicharvasu ruled over a kingdom and still followed a non-violent lifestyle. Therefore, a sadhu, a monk, should not bear malice to anyone by thought, word, or deed. Neither should they harbor any form of arrogance, but instead they should behave as a servant of servants within all. In comparison, having a hostile personality is the dharma of a wicked person, and behaving in a calm manner is the dharma of a sadhu, of a monk. Someone may then ask, how is it possible to maintain the virtues of a sadhu while trying to make thousands of people conform to their niyams, their I'm not sure how to grammatically put this, but yam means conduct, niyam means what not to conduct yourself with. So how do we get thousands of people to not conduct themselves in a certain manner? Well, the reply to that question is that King Yudhishthir reigned over a kingdom stretching for thousands of miles, yet he managed to maintain the virtues of a sadhu, of a monk. Conversely, there may be thousands like Bhimsen who intimidate others and are unable to change their ways despite being reprimanded. In fact, there is no shortage of people with such an arrogant nature. There are countless such people. To be a sadhu, to be a spiritually minded person like a monk, though, is indeed very difficult. Okay, I think there may have been some language barriers, but the point got across that people use violence to attain worldly things, to get power in this material existence. But for spiritual liberation, non-violence, the Sanskrit word is ahimsa, is of utmost priority. And that is the ultimate goal. Thank you for listening. Now we may return to whatever we wanted to talk about. I promised someone that I would read this book, so I'm reading it with you all. But it is a wonderful set of passages which often contain such universal truth that's relevant for all ages. Tattvamasi, you share that Yudhishthir is the eldest brother of Arjuna, followed by Bhima. A Pandava brother. Thank you for that, Tattvamasi. Goodbye, Arya. Thank you for being here. You have to go be a parent and a spouse. Good. That's your dharma. I love you too. Thank you for sharing your love with everyone. Hello, faithful being. Radhe or Radhe. And thank you, Mischief, for your hand hearts and a heart me. Here's some hand hearts for you as well. Jai Sitaram. And July Moonchild, thank you for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, MJ, for your hand hearts also. Jai Ma. Sabina, you ask, what about putting a limitation on another's ability to cause harm? Let me put it like this. A river may cause damage to its environment when it does not have enough room to expand. That if the force of the river is such and its bend is too narrow, then this river will smash against its edges, trying to whittle away to create more space for itself. What I'm trying to say is that the destructive nature of a river is due to the fact that it is limited in some way. To limit a river's ability to cause damage is a bit of a misnomer, because to really reduce the damage, we need to make that river less limited so that they do not feel the need to dig into the sides of its surroundings. That is to say, we widen the space of a river so it may flow more calmly. Does this make sense? This is a law of hydrodynamics. That no matter what, the same amount of water must flow at any given point. If you make it a very narrow place to flow through, then it will crash through with such high pressure. But if you widen the space in which it has to flow, then it will slow down. Like we all have experienced out of our tap, or how about with the hose in which we water our garden? There are various settings on our nozzle, or maybe you lived where you just stuck your thumb in it, and if you stick your thumb in it, then the water shoots out whatever sides it has to be able to escape. We increase the pressure that something is under by limiting it. We decrease the pressure by removing limitations. Back to your question. When we want to conduce more love in someone because they are being unkind, violent, whatever, they are doing so because of a lack of openness, a lack of trust, a lack of vulnerability. And so if we allow them that, then what need will they have to inflict harm on others? So, in my opinion, we can talk about limiting the ability of others to do harm, but our word choice is limiting. That's funny. Because to reduce harm means that we relieve the pressure that someone is under. Which means that we help them let go of their own limitations. Put it like that. But yes, practically speaking, if someone is unreasonable, meaning that we cannot reach their heart, then whatever is necessary to ensure, if we have to walk them into another room for the time being, if we have to put a barrier between them and your children or whoever you're trying to protect, then yes, of course, whatever means necessary. But it's going to be a temporary solution, as long as we can continue in some capacity to strive to alleviate them of whatever suffering is motivating them in this way. That will be much better. And Sabina, you ask, was it not Krishna who was told to fight well? Absolutely. Yes, Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, and this is very interesting. Arjuna is faced with this great conflict, and he confided in his charioteer, Krishna, what to do? I don't want to fight. People on the other side are my family. On both sides are my family. Either I'm bringing my family to die or I have to kill my family. I don't want to do either of these things. But Krishna did tell him to fight. So what is the remedy towards this paradox? The remedy is convoluted because the story of the Bhagavad Gita is convoluted. The Bhagavad Gita is a very small section of the longest story ever written, called the Mahabharatam. It's 100,000 verses. 100,000 verses. Which means that to explain the context in which this conflict happened requires millions of words, or hundreds of thousands at least. Many words per verse, 100,000 verses. It suffices to say that the conflict that's in the Bhagavad Gita was inevitable, that they had exhausted all other options, that the perpetrators, the instigators, those which initiated the conflict, they could not be reasoned with. But the Pandavas, they still had to stand up for what was right. A modern example could be what's happening between various countries like Israel, Palestine, or Ukraine and Russia. See, on the side of Palestine or Ukraine, they don't want to fight. None of them want to have this conflict. The problem is that if they don't fight, then their loved ones will die or be sent away somewhere to be assimilated to a totally different lifestyle. That's not to their benefit. When all other options are exhausted and you have to stand up for yourself, then you must fight. But that's a very physical, worldly interpretation of the Bhagavad Gita. We also must understand that the Bhagavad Gita is also a metaphor for the conflict that goes on within ourselves. The chariot represents the body. The reins represent the intellect. The mind, sorry. The one who's holding the reins is the intellect. The reins are the mind. And the horses are the senses. And the path that the horses go down, those are the sense objects. So when Krishna is telling Arjuna to fight, he means, do not let yourself be conquered by sense objects. We should fight for peace within this system. And this is of utmost priority. And thank you, Inevitable, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. I hope that makes sense, Sabina. SpongeBob today shares Priscilla. You gonna ask this every day since I shared my SpongeBob inspired song? Yes, Kurukshetra is a field in our own self, shares Lando. This was the battlefield that the main conflict of the Mahabharatam took place on. Kshetra means field, and there's a whole chapter in the Bhagavad Gita that actually talks about the distinction between the field, which is very clearly described as the body, and the knower of the field, the Kshetragna, or the visionary, the commandant of the body, which is you, by the way. And as so you are wondering, why are we humans so hungry for power? Well, in my opinion, we try to conquer the world when we cannot conquer ourselves. Because it's a lot easier to overpower another than it is to overpower one's own inner demons, our own mind. It's a lot easier to see the fault in others than it is within ourselves. It's just so much more of a challenge to take accountability for our own unhappiness and generate peace from within, rather than trying to take everything around us and make it in a way that's perfect for us. It's a kind of ignorance. And I don't like the connotation that the word ignorance usually has, because it sounds like you're doing something wrong. Oh, he's ignorant. That means he's a bad person. I don't mean it like this. I mean it literally. Ignore ants. It's something that you're ignoring. If you have an ignorance of something, then there's something you're unaware of. Yeah, I like that, Arya. Just a lack of knowledge on a subject. And I really like the Sanskrit word for ignorance because it's so simple. It's avidya. Avidya just means a lack of knowledge, because vidya means knowledge. Someone who has ignorance, they just have avidya. It means there's a possibility for knowledge there. So too, the knowledge that is missing for these power seekers is that they have the power within themselves to be happy. They don't need to look for it on the outside. That happiness is not determined by your surroundings. It's determined by your perspective. So, a perspective is something that's possible inside you, within you. You don't need to take it from anyone. We ask the world for happiness. It cannot. It can only direct us to the perspective we need in order to find that happiness within. And thank you, Nish, for your whipped coffee, your TJIF, and your octet of music plays. Hari Om Tat Sat. As so you add, how come we are so splitted in groups, us against them? It's in our nature to turn on each other, because how else can we come to harmony if we don't first appreciate the absence of it? We must divide ourselves to figure out what not to do. It is in our life path to have a sense of divisiveness, because we are given the free will to make mistakes and then learn from them. In all the ways in which we have divided the world, this is our mistake. But we've been allowed this mistake so that we may grow from it. Harmony is a choice. And if it wasn't a choice, then it wouldn't be harmony. Harmony implies a conscious decision to move past avarice and divisiveness, which also implies that we have the choice to divide. Just as we have been empowered with the ability to connect, that also gives rise to the complementary power to burn bridges rather than build them. And redhead rage. How we find love in ourselves instead of craving for it outside. That's a great question. Well, the outside does have a lot to do with our happiness. Because even if you find that love within yourself, the outside world doesn't just disappear. It doesn't simply dissolve into nothingness and now you're with yourself and life is perfect. There is a relationship between happiness and the outside world. And it's simply this. Instead of extracting happiness from the world, express it with the world. The world is there not for us to gain it, but to give. This is a deeply practical point, really. That if you act as if you have something to give, then that means you're working from the assumption that you have it already within you. When you love the whole world, you imply that there's love in you to fill the whole world. So we cultivate inner love by bringing it outward. Prove it for yourself that it does not matter how much you love, you could never be exhausted of the possibility to love more. This is proof that it's all inside you. That you can give and give and give and give and give, but never become poor. That you can make the whole world wealthy with your love, but still have a resource within. Hi, Jackie. And you are so right. On the contrary, hate gets exhausting, though. You can hate and hate and hate and hate, but eventually you get tired of doing that. One can never get tired of loving. This means that you are not a source of hate. You are a source of love. The source is within you. And thank you, Willie, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Arya, you ask what to do when your significant other was connected, but has been severed from the force. How to help her? I have 2 questions for you, Arya. The first, are they connected to you? Do they feel a connection with you? I think I know the answer to this. Of course, if they're your partner, they have a connection with you. Do you feel connected to that force? That's my second question. I think I know the answer to this. The only way you are able to perceive the absence in her is because you have that presence within you. As long as you are connected to that and she is connected with you, then she is connected, isn't she? And she will find that in time. The more you deepen your own connection with the divine, as long as she is connected with you, her connection to the divine will also strengthen too. If you are flowing with electrical current, she doesn't have to touch the electric fence. All she has to do is touch you. Which means that all you have to do is work on your own spiritual connection. And anyone that wants to connect with you, they will be connected also. But I am sorry to hear that she lost her grandfather and since has been very hurt, and you want to help her. Well, you cannot grieve for her, but you can allow her the space to grieve. You can give her the time she needs to express all that has gone unspoken. Her grandfather was clearly a big part of her life, and she deserves this moment of sadness. Feeling this pain will not bring her down but uplift her. I don't believe anyone who is grieving should be taken from the ability to grieve, since grief is the way that we process life in all its deep and profound ways. All we can really do for those who are grieving is provide them the space to grieve, whether that's space in your home or your heart. I'm glad you liked the bandana, Gaia. It's a practical thing for me. It won't overheat me like a toque, but it will keep my hair back just the same. And thank you, Susie Cream Cheese, for your quartet of roses. Radhe or Radhe. And Bobby Sue, thank you for your heart me, your team bracelet, and cheer you up. Hari Om Tat Sat. Roland, you ask a great question. What is the divine? You know, when you have a vision, it could be different for everyone. Like an artist, she may look upon a canvas and she doesn't see merely the white parchment. She sees a whole image waiting to be painted. Or in your child, as a parent, you may look at them and you do not see just merely a small human. You see something that's waiting to come into full expression. Or if you're gardening, you plant a seed, and to you it's not just merely a seed, it's something that is about to blossom. You look in your friend, you see so much there that has gone unnoticed. You look in yourself, and you see how much you are able to do. The divine is like this. The divine is the source for what can come. An artist may see it in her canvas. A parent may see it in their child. A gardener may see it in their seed. A friend may see it in their friend, or you may see it in yourself. It's something within everything. It's something that has the capacity to manifest, but just requires a little patience, a little understanding, a little love, curiosity, and a presence to be there for it. It's really all around us, this potential. We see it where things go wrong, and they could have gone differently. We see it in suffering. We see it in all the world around us, where there's something that could be. There's a capacity, an absence for it. And you know that with a little time and energy, it can be. See, this is the divine. When you see the good that can be, thank you, the link below. for your 14 fires. Radhe Radhe. And hello, Ozita. Welcome. I'm happy you're back too, Gaia. Arya, you share that. You were thinking of taking her to the woods and make her cry. Well, when you put it like that, it sounds scary. I'm gonna take you to the woods and make you cry. Don't say that. But you can bring her to the woods. You can ask her, would you like to go for a walk with me? Can we go in nature? Where you might feel free to be yourself and just relax a little bit. Let it all out. Let her cry on you, not make her cry. That's better. Yes, be a shoulder for her to cry on. See, the feminine storybooks get this wrong. She does not need saving. She does not need Prince Charming to come and take her from the tower, away from the dragon. See, she's not being fought with. She is the one fighting. What she needs is a shopkeeper that has the right potions, the right swords, the right armor, so that she may refuel to go back into battle with this dragon. And one day, with your assistance, with the tools that you provide her, then she may slay that dragon. The feminine is a warrior spirit. We do not need to fight her battles for her. We just need to provide so that she may. I love that, Sabina. Just be there without any expectation. Infinite acceptance brings instant result. Lando, you're the one calling on Durga for help, if anything, right? In Hinduism, in Bharat, it was always the feminine which was pictured with a sword in her hand, going into battle. Because Lord knows that the feminine has some of the toughest battles, as she fights for her freedom, for her liberation, for her voice to be heard, for her children to have the growth that they require to be fruitful beings. And thank you, Sabina, for your 43 roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hello, Marlon. Guess what? Is it time for me to drink water? Shmebulak. Shmebulak. You share that you never feel stronger than when you see a mother out in public. Like, you did that. Right? I mean, It's amazing how many women struggle with identity issues, even though they have the capacity to bring life into this world. Like, you are God. Can't you see that? I mean, a little humility will help. Don't want her ego too big, but I'm just saying. Even if your faculties don't work in the same way as others, it doesn't matter if you have functioning ovaries or not. The feminine is able to bring life into this world in one way or another. And she may do so how she pleases. And that's a great story, Lando. Let us not forget it was Lord Shiva himself who had to lie down in front of Kali to cool her fury. So funny. Benjamin, you share, I'm making you appreciate your wife more. Aw, that makes me happy. There's nothing more masculine than empowering the feminine. Some people get worried. So much attention on the feminine. Aren't we losing our masculinity? I say no. The best thing you can do for your masculinity is empower the feminine. And it goes both ways too. The more empowered the feminine, the more purposeful the masculine. The more purposeful the masculine, the more empowered the feminine. Sure, these are dualities of life, but they are two fundamental aspects that exist within everything. Dansuela, you share that empowering the feminine heals the masculine. It really does. I agree. And thank you, Van Penguin, for your ice cream cone and your cloud bread. These are the two aspects, ice cream and bread. Did you know that ice cream is really close, composition-wise, to bread? Actually, if you mix ice cream with flour and ice cream, you can bake that in the oven and it turns into bread. I'm not joking. In fact, you don't even need an oven. When I was younger, I used to mix flour and ice cream and I just microwave it. And if you get the ratio right and the temperature right, it turns into bread, a very sweet bread as well, which is fun. And you know, that's a good point, Ray. Just water and flour does that. You don't have to have ice cream. But a lot of the components that make bread tasty, and not just flour and water, they are there in the ice cream too. Now it's something more than bread. It has more ingredients than. But it's a wonderful kind of bread. I don't know what you'd call that. Dansuela, you share that pasta is basically bread. Ice cream, bread, pasta, the trifecta of flavor. Cake, yeah. Yeah, that's it. It's a kind of cake, isn't it? Ice cream cake. That's fun. And thank you, Van Penguin, for your whipped coffee, your popcorn, your bubble tea, a community fest, and a cloud bread. Thank you. And another cloud bread. Om Gang Ganapataye Namaha. And link below, you share that cheap ice cream is a bit like bread in that it doesn't seem to melt. Oh, it's so suspicious, isn't it? Yeah. And Shmebulak, you share for real though. When men are tasked to help women, it increases their vasopressin and makes them fall in love. That's very interesting. I like the biological answer to this as well. In many ways, spirituality mirrors science. Pardon me. That's so funny. One of the users added Danzuela, "Text me now for your accurate reading, beloved." Instantly, Danzuela muted them. I love to see it. I like that, Tammy. The feminine is the beautiful, chaotic element of raw energy, and the masculine, the organizing element. My apologies. A little yawn crept up. My little kitty cat Sandy kept me up last night. He's so cute. You know, when he has the bed, it's all his, you know? When he gets comfy, that's at the sacrifice of my own comfort. I can't move, but it's okay. I vicariously slept through him. Lando, you ask. Alright, you have to ask. Dvaita or Advaita, or does it not matter to me? I think I'd be most correct to say that it really does not matter to me. Dvaita, Advaita. I think maybe Vashishtadvaita maybe would be more accurate. That I acknowledge that the fundamental aspect of existence is non-dual. That ultimately, that consciousness in me is the same as the consciousness in you. That the source of everything in its original form is nirguna, without quality. But that's not to say we live in a non-duality. We live in a duality. But I don't actually believe that duality is the source of suffering. I believe that it's possible to be peaceful, even with the illusion of separation. You could say that Advaita is a metaphor, that we should behave as if we're one, even if it doesn't seem like it. That just the shift in behavior is enough to be peaceful. If you are lovingly serving everyone as if you were one with them, then this is all is needed. And I should check out Vallabha. He denies Maya as an illusion too. Well, illusion is a terrible translation in my opinion, but I will. Maya, Mata, material, maternal, matrix, matriarch. There's a reason all these words are etymologically related. Duality is an expression of the divine feminine. Because the divine feminine is all about energy. It's about action. And all actions require an object and a subject. To deny the existence of Maya would be to deny the existence of the mother. The mother is this world. That's why we call her Mother Earth. or more generally Mother Nature, to try to escape this world of duality. Our mother would not be happy with this. Try telling your mother, I wish to leave you. See how she reacts. Lando, you share that he says that this whole Leela is all Krishna, and it's his will to make our nature at first subtle. I love that. I resonate with that deeply. Yeah. And I like that, Roland. We are not one, but together we are one. It's not that all is one, it's that one is all. That we are all in this together. One truth expressed in many ways. So that he and ourselves can enjoy the dance together. I love that, Lando. Tatvamasi, you share, you can live in Dvaita but think/act in Advaita. I like that, yes. Of course, thinking, acting, anything that requires a subject and object is going to be in Dvaita, but we do so on behalf of the underlying Advaita, the underlying non-duality. That my body has different needs than your body, my personality is unique from your personality, but we have a shared experience. We are both one in this experience together, and so let's take care of each other. Oh, Marlin. Yes, you asked me what. Guess what? You shared that you texted your godmother today and asked if she'd want to meet up with you on Saturday for brunch. On a Saturday. That's wonderful, Marlin. How lovely is that? That's very exciting. Thank you for sharing. Satya Yuga is at hand. I love that, Benjamin. Kali Yuga? No. Satya Yuga. That'll really mess with everyone. And Sabina, you share, like a parent consoles. Child believes a monster is under its bed, knowing that there is no monster. I love that. Roland, you are wondering, what is Sangha? As a word, it comes from Sanskrit. It means the power of association. It's a mystical word, but also a very commonly used one to just refer to any kind of community or assembly or gathering. But the reason it has a spiritual connotation is very practical. Because who we associate with, we become an average of. Like I've heard some psychologists say, you are the average of your 5 closest friends. I don't know why 5, but whoever you associate with, consider yourself in between when it comes to all of their qualities. So, Sangha means association, and it's the first power of consciousness. It's really the only power of consciousness, to associate. Because even if this whole world is out of our control, and I don't mean to scare you with this idea, but I'm actually trying to empower you, that perhaps this whole movie is like this. That this movie of life is completely out of control. There's no free will. Don't worry, I'm going somewhere with this. Still, even if this was all just a play going on to you, you still have free will in your power of Sangha and association, in what parts of the story that you want to associate with. you want to identify with. That you have the power to like certain parts of it and dislike others, you could say. To be attracted or to be detached from some parts. Anytime your favorite color pops up, you could say, "Ooh boy, I like this part." Anytime your favorite music plays, your favorite person appears in this experience of life, kind of happiness may arise because you've associated with this. There's an ability to shift your awareness towards some things, and that in turn dictates the experience that you get out of it. Just like two people watching the same movie, they may get totally different experiences out of it because their awareness is in different parts of the happening. So Sangha refers to this principle, power to associate, to identify with. It sounds like someone's vacuuming. Or, I don't know, maybe it's a bandsaw. I'm not sure. But as a noun, association means an association of people, but not a formal one. A very informal kind of, we associate with each other here. That the goal of a Sangha is for us to look up to one another. That we all see a quality in each other that's worth learning from. That's Sangha. And that's how we climb towards the divine, is we associate with higher things and we get pulled towards it. We start seeing subtle things as divine, and we begin to immerse ourselves, submerge ourselves in divinity. Yes, Lando, what if we do have free will when we act through true awareness, because that will is the same as the divine. But until then, we must strive to purify our own awareness, which means that we do not let our attention be taken away from that which is not going to be in our benefit. Because bringing our attention to some things only makes life more miserable, doesn't it? I bring the example of news stories of terrible things happening. The argument is that we should be aware of these things. I agree. But learning about what's going wrong is not the only way to bring awareness to these things. Because the point of bringing awareness to these things is so that you can have a difference made in the world. Why not connect with people who are already making a difference? Some charitable, humanitarian, activism, whatever. Then it's all good stories of how we can make a difference. That your awareness is still brought to the same things, but not from a place of suffering, rather from a place of inspiration, from a place of hope, prosperity. Benjamin, you share you've had a stressful week, and this is so helpful. I'm so happy to hear that. Life is very much stressful, but it doesn't have to be always. We can lighten the load. We can recognize our true self. We can drop the baggage that we've been carrying around. Have we even looked what's inside this baggage? Just full of rocks? Some person once said, "Hey, can you hold on to this for me?" And so we've been holding this feeling, but have we looked inside this feeling? Oh, it's full of rocks. I don't need it. Just gonna weigh me down. Rocks, we can find rocks anywhere. I can pick up a rock wherever I go. I don't need to take them all with me. That's wonderful, Scott Bright. So we've had a good live stream so far. It's been 4 hours. Can you believe that? Well, I'm sure not all of you have been here for 4 hours, but I have. I would like to begin to wrap the live stream up for tonight. But we're going to do a 15-minute meditation later. I think that's right, if I've timed that. Yeah, you're welcome to stay for as long as you want for that. And then before that, we're going to read from another passage of In Love at Ease. And then I have a question before all of that, which means momentarily. And thank you, user 361, for your beautiful rose. I'm sure my cat Sandy would love to eat it. Tansuela, you share that there's a children's TV show called Mr. Rogers who said that in crises to always look for the helpers. So powerful, isn't it? Yeah, I'm happy to relate in that, Roland. We need good food for our body, but also good food for our mind. Good food for our mind is happy, positive things. Which sounds so simple, but sometimes needs to be stated. So I have a question of the day for you all. It's a difficult one, but I believe in you. Today I'm wondering, what is something about yourself that you wish you had more clarity on? And thank you, user 361, for another rose. Perhaps the greatest mystery in life is not what we don't know, but the fact that we don't know what there is to know. We are born here in this world like, what is going on? And what makes me curious is why we don't know. So what aspect of yourself do you wish you had more clarity on? Roland, you share that you wish you had more money. Well, although I cannot offer that to you, perhaps I can guide you to a wealth, a spiritual treasure that exists inside you. Talon, you share that you wish to have clarity on your childhood. And user 361, you share your goodness, your innate goodness. Awe, share Scott Bright. I don't know if that's just a remark or an answer, but awe is a wonderful thing. Brad smiles, you would wish for clarity on which way feels the right way, having an inner compass. And Lando, you share that you answered earlier, but you'd say again that you wish you knew your motivations more, what drives you. Laya, you share your boyfriend. I love that you've included your boyfriend as an aspect of yourself. And Scott Bright, you share spirituality. Coming into contact with our spiritual aspect is the most rewarding journey that one could ever go on. And one could say, the only journey you have ever been on. Eve, you share you're stumped by this good question. Gaia, you share that you plead for patience. Patience is a virtue. Talon, you share clarity on whether or not you're a bad person. Oh, that's easy. You're not a bad person. I know this. Because there are no bad people. There are no good people. There are just people. And people can do bad things or good things. But it doesn't change their inherent potential to choose good or bad. Because that choice is always available to you. And user 361, you share that you are content with where you are and what you have. You have a roof over your head and you have food on the table. I love these affirmations. Shmebulak, you share you would like clarity on what drives your anxiety. Generational woes or something deeper than that? Something deeper than that, who knows? You're a poet. Magdalene, you would like clarity on why you simultaneously feel liberated and imprisoned. Well, that makes two of us, my friend. We are so limited in what we have, but so unlimited in what we can do with it. And Benjamin Button, you wish that you understood why it's hard to maintain your positive energy. You get easily thrown off. That's a wonderful inquiry, and a very fruitful one, I am sure. User 361, you add to your affirmations that you have people that love you, and that you love, and that's all that matters. That's so wonderful. Laya, you share the question. Is your boyfriend a vampire? Well, if you sneak some garlic into his food and he squeals, then he might be a vampire. Or maybe he's allergic. Does he always ask for consent before coming into your home? That's another one. Does he go outside much when it's sunny? And does he have a strange craving to bite you sometimes? Sissy, you share you would like clarity on why your unconscious takes so much control sometimes. You're not alone in that. David, you would like for clarity on how to be okay and at peace with quantum immortality. I like that. Denise, you wish you had more clarity on why when you get tired you get grumpy. You hate it, you want to change. That's so funny. Dansuela, you share perhaps on your executive functioning. It can be so challenging to know how to navigate the world. That makes sense. And Eve, you share that you wish you knew what you wanted more clarity on. Oh, you've answered the question in the most amazing way. Thank you. Marcia, you would like clarity on what your next adventure or journey will be. More clarity on triggers, shares the link below. And Tammy, you share why you are who you are. And hello, Tana Lauren. Scott Bright, you share clarity for all the things that you brought to fruition to be completed. I love that. Sabina, you share your legal defense against being falsely accused of something you never did. The truth shall prevail. I believe in this for you. But it is a difficult thing indeed to have people see in us something that is only a reflection of the monster they have within themselves. And Mermander, you are wondering, could you have a hug before the end of the Sangha? I tell you what, Why don't we all engage in a group hug now? And you can be at the center of the cuddle puddle, Mermander. Here. We're all coming together. You're going to make it through this. No matter what you're going through, you have what it takes. You wouldn't be here otherwise. Marlon, you were wondering what the question of the day is. You can't see it. It is, what is something about yourself that you wish you had more clarity about? Thank you, Elizabeth Potter. Just practicing my Draco Malfoy impression. Potter. Thank you for your rose. Hello, Anna. And Tattvamasi, you share your identity. Clarity on oneself. Who we dogpiling? We're dogpiling Mermander. With love. Da Vinci Gold, you share making decisions. Decisions. That needs clarity. And so does my pronunciation, apparently. Thank you for this moment too, Gab. And Pop, you share, you want a group hug, but you have a really bad cold right now, and you don't want to infect everyone. Well, thank you for your digital hygiene. Fortunately, I believe that your love is still felt, even from afar. And Marlon, you share that you wish for clarity on why there are people who see you as their villain in their story/life when you've been so nice to them. I think we all have someone like that in our lives. It's funny. And we have probably made a villain of somebody else too. I know I have, at least. I can't speak for you. But indeed, oftentimes, we project all of our problems onto another person and they become the scapegoat. Fortunately, if you know who you are, there is no problem. If you have been nothing but a source of love and kindness, the universe knows this. And thank you, Joanna, for your heart me and 6 roses. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. I love that every time I hear it. Yippee! Thank you, Risi, for your trio of finger hearts. Is it possible to make a trio of finger hearts with one hand? No, we'd need 6 fingers. There's a trio of finger hearts. And thank you, heart emoji, unicorn emoji, heart emoji, for your community fest and your heart me too. Why can't you get out of bed anymore? Is something you'd like clarity on, Rami. Relatable. And thank you, Fat Bottom Girl. Such a funny name. Thank you for your 10 cloud breads. You keep giving me cloud breads, I'll have a fat bottom too. Radhe or Radhe. Are my cats nearby? Psst, 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 psst. I believe so. Yeah, Sandy's looking at me. He's in the Catio. So So thank you for attending to my question of the day. Sometimes it's nice to just get those questions out there to the universe, you know? Set the intention. These are things I'd like more clarity on. I am sure that they will come. I think somebody's having a fire and it smells amazing. I love the smell of smoke. Unless it's something that should not be burning. Thank you, Mermander. Yippee! Thank you, Eve, for your trio of tiny tinies. Yahoo! And Marcia, you ask, what would I like more clarity on? I would like clarity on what I can do with you all. Because you all have such a potential in you. And I believe that great things are possible with you all. Just got to figure out what. Tatvamasi, I love that. What irony. The animals are so aware, but don't have the right intellect. We have it, but can't use it. Right? That is why when someone finally could use their intellect, they called him the Buddha. Buddha literally means the one with an intellect, arising from the Sanskrit word buddhi, which means intellect. Buddha means the one with an intellect. So funny. Dansuela, you share, that's the same thing your parents asked of you. What are we going to do with you? Yeah. That's how I feel. Alright, I'd like to read from another passage of In Love, at Ease. And maybe we, as we listen, can become more in love and at ease also. And that's a beautiful thing to want clarity for, Gab. I see that. And Denise, you share, I better figure it out soon. You're nearly 70. You've got another good 50 years in you. 120, right? That's what we're aiming for. Thank you, Eve, for your heart meet, though. Radhe, Radhe. Mermander, you have a formal request for Yam merch? Well, you're looking at it. It's on the microphone. These Yamsox, where do you think I got them? What company you think sells Yamsox? You get your Yamsox from Yamsox, right? And I'm looking to try to make a Yam Dana, but right now I'm having problems with the site I use. It won't let me create anything new, so we're stuck with Yamsox and a tiny toque, but yeah. It's all there, the store section, the link tree in my bio. I don't advertise it because I don't feel the need to, you know. Anyway. I would like to read from the 4th chapter of In Love at Ease on Embracing All. Here we're learning from Swami Shri and how he was beyond his own vows of detachment. Swami Shri reminded his disciples that he was a bhakta and a sadhu, a devotee and a monk before he was a guru or a social reformer. In line with the traditions of the Swami Narayan Sampradaya's monastic order, which he is a part of, Pramukh Swami Maharaj meticulously followed vows of Nisneh, Nirlobh, and Nishkam, detachment from kin, wealth, and celibacy. This sense of distance is not inspired by disrespect or disregard, but by spiritual discipline or duty. It is to accept and respect by submitting to a greater cause. Renouncing one's family is seen as a way of embracing the entire world as one's family. not accruing or gathering personal wealth, is seen as a way of adopting simplicity and the means provided by the divine. Limiting one's intimate interactions with others is seen as a means of focusing on the divine and avoiding material and physical distractions. This form of detachment and celibacy have their roots in earlier Hindu and Buddhist traditions. Bhagwan Swaminarayan, who was the founder of this lineage, chose this stringent form of eightfold celibacy for his sadhus, his monks, for two reasons. First, he believed in disciplining the mind and body with celibacy in order to establish a consistent connection with the divine. That's from the Vachanamrut Gadhada 233. Second, he was reacting to a particular moment in the late 18th and early 19th century, where some religious leaders and institutions were using their elevated status in society to take advantage of women and families in Gujarat and other parts of Western India. Bhagwan Swaminarayan prescribed these vows of detachment for his sadhus so that they would never be in a position to take advantage of their spiritual authority in social settings. Pramukh Swami Maharaj has been an exemplary model of that detachment from one's kin, material objects, and wealth, and of a celibacy infused with a respect for others. He was mindful that his vows were intended to help him excel and protect others, but never to limit or marginalize them. Much has been said about the separation of men and women during worship and spiritual activities in the Swaminarayan Sampradaya. I do not take on that question here. In fact, it is a common theme in the study of religious communities with a monastic order or celibate priests. It is perhaps better reserved for a chapter in another book, or a book by itself. In the following paragraphs, however, I share incidents that I have heard or witnessed from the community to show Swamishri's ability to live by these vows of limited interaction and concurrently relate, guide, and give access to others. This section is not merely a collection of women's interactions with Swamishri. I have shared the spiritual interactions of Swamishri with women throughout the book. Here, the focus is on Swamishri's ability to be fair and encouraging towards those who are always a few arms' lengths away from him. Though Swamishri did not directly communicate with women because of his celibacy vows, he shared a special spiritual relationship with millions of women from within and without the community. Swamishri's physical distance did not hinder the compelling bond of bhakti, loving devotion, with his female disciples, nor did this distance disadvantage women in their spiritual journeys, professional paths, and organizational activities within the community. The following section illustrates the spiritual maturity and boldness of Swamishri's Bai Bhaktas, which is an honorific for female devotees, and his commitment to loving and guiding them like the sadhus and male bhaktas, while maintaining his own vows as a celibate and sadhu. Swamishri's vows informed his lifestyle, but they never infringed on others. His travel, communication, sabha, which is assembly seating, and generally all interactions were affected by his celibacy vows. He appreciated these vows as his own and not as difficulties to be accommodated by others. Swamishri knew how to uphold his vows without inconveniencing others. He did not impose the effects of his vow on others. To embrace all is to be mindful of the feelings of those with whom one has not communicated. The 2.5-hour flight from Stockholm to Manchester had passed rather uneventfully. The adventure started once Swamishri and the sadhus landed at Manchester Airport for the Murti Pratishta ceremony in Ashton, England in 1994. Prajesh Patel was fumbling through the entire group's passports while also trying to explain the sadhu's celibacy vow to a female immigration officer at the counter. She was not amused by his pleasantries or his platitudes. She wanted to keep the line moving and maintain the silence of the otherwise empty airport. The more he tried, the more frustrated the officer became. She started reading the Immigration Bureau's laws to the young man. She did not want him to interpret, nor did she want him to give her all of their passports. She wanted him to hand them their respective passports so that she could question them individually. Prajesh thought he would try one last time. Swami Shri was standing a few feet away. He could sense that something was wrong. He looked at Prajesh and whispered, "Sorry." He finished the rest of that sentence in Gujarati. "Please tell her that I am sorry that my celibacy vows are causing her distress and inconvenience. That is not my intention. They are not meant to insult her, but to help me focus on my spiritual journey. I would be grateful to her if she considers your request." Swami Shri again said sorry. The officer did not understand or even hear much of the sentence in Gujarati, but hearing that one word repeated twice was enough to help her understand the essence of Swami Shri's comment. "Did your guru just apologize to me? I guess he can feel my annoyance in the environment. I am sorry that he felt the need to do so. Let me see if I can get another officer to help them." She zoomed away and returned with one of her colleagues. He apologized for the delay, and in no time there was a slew of sorries being exchanged throughout the terminal. As Swami Shri walked away from the immigration booth, he turned to Prajesh and said, "Please thank her for her cooperation, and give her prasad," which is food that was first offered to the divine, "as a token of our appreciation. All of us will pray for her well-being." Prajesh had just received a tutorial in understanding people. Once again, Swami Shri's kind and genuine apology touched another soul. But there was more than just an apology in that moment. Swami Shri was understanding and connecting with someone as one soul with another. There was no words exchanged, no eye contact even, but Swami Shri's intention was to love and respect. That intention was enough for the lady to gently bow her head as the party of sadhus, of monks, walked over to the luggage carousel. To embrace all is to hear without hearing, and to see without seeing, to grasp and empathize without exchanging words. It was a special skill that Swami Shri possessed. And let's pause our reading of In Love at Ease there for now. Thank you for listening. I've never heard of a spiritual teacher that apologized so much. And actually used apology as a tool to love, to connect with, to take accountability, and be a good role model. Thank you for listening. Now, we've come to the end of the Sangha, and I don't mind if many of you leave during or before this, but we're going to do a meditation as I like to end my live streams. I think it's a great way to decompress, to relax, and also to spiritually revitalize yourself, as chanting is one of the most ancient and effective ways of calming the mind. Today we're going to chant one of the most common mantras in the whole world, and that's Om Namah Shivaya, 108 times, which is a very auspicious number. Auspicious because it's the number of beads on a mala. It is the number of moons you could fit between Earth and the moon, the number of suns you could fit between Earth and the sun, and the number of Earths you could fit across the diameter of the sun. It's a very sacred number, and Oftentimes mantras are chanted at some multiple or factor of 108. So we're doing the full 108, which will take 15 minutes, but I totally understand that in the context of a spiritual, a TikTok live stream, you can come and go as you like. So no worries, you can stay as long as you want. But yesterday someone asked if we could do a longer meditation, so today we're going to do one. And we'll be listening to the background music as not this background music, but someone chanting, so we can have the rhythm and we'll know when to stop. So I'm going to turn down our background music, which I believe Mermander asked about while we were reading. If it was a playlist. It's a playlist on my physical hard drive. So I download royalty-free, copyright-free songs and I plop them in. And can I pronounce it slowly so that we may chant? Absolutely, yes. In fact, the one we're listening to is chanted very slowly. But I will put the pronunciation on screen. So it is Om Namah Shivaya. And there's just a couple things to understand of the diacritics that are around some of these letters. This H with a dot below it, it bleeds into the SH sound that follows. So you can think of it as an expulsion of breath. English doesn't have all these sounds, so we have to put some extra symbols around our letters to tell you that these are special sounds. So that H with a dot below it is something called a visarga. You don't have to remember that, but just know that it's an expulsion of breath. So it's Namah, Namah. And that bleeds into the start of the sibilant in the next word. This is just an SH sound. That one with the accent above it, that's just your classic sh, 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 sh. But it's a single letter in Sanskrit, so it's given a single letter in Latin as well. So the Namah Shivaya, that expulsion quickly comes to the SH sound. Namah Shivaya. And the A with the bar over it, that just means it's a long vowel. All the vowels are short except for O, Om, and Shivaya. So it's Om Namah Shivaya. But don't worry so much about the pronunciation. It's all about the meaning, right? And the meaning is salutations to the auspicious one. Namah means I bow down to, I salute. Shiva means the auspicious one. It means the innermost dweller of your soul, the consciousness, the space, the lap of creation itself in which this whole experience happens. This is an ancient language called Sanskrit. The oldest language we know of, but one that has been used ever since its debut. People have been chanting Om Namah Shivaya for literally 5,000 years, probably even more. It's amazing. And the ya at the end of Shiva just means we're directing the salutations to Shiva. And you will probably feel very light as you do this, and you will begin to experience a kind of euphoria, a kind of ecstasy, a deep, deep kind of peace will emerge as you chant. And by the end of the 108, I am confident that you will have opened a door to the divine that you didn't even know existed. Bold words indeed, but then again, there's a reason people have been chanting this non-stop for thousands of years. Om Namah Shivaya. All right. And I might as well put up a picture of the personality that this concept Shiva is personified as. I forgot to do that, so I'm just going to prepare it. I think it's important to know what kind of personality that this mantra is supposed to embody. I'm just trying to find one with real transparency, not just fake transparency. What is it with the internet? I'm just trying to find one with real transparency, not just fake transparency. What is it with the internet? I think my live stream disconnected me for a second, but I should be back. My voice is, but my video is not. I'm glad this happened before we started chanting. Thus, it was definitely meant to be that I decided to try to pull up this picture. Otherwise, we would have had to restart. But don't worry. The video will be back momentarily. There we go. And the last time we did a mantra was dedicated to Ganesh, so I'm just going to swap Ganesh out with Shiva quickly. Some live on the spot editing. Where'd you go, Shiva? There you are. And Shiva, you're so tiny. Look at you. Tiny little Shiva. Why are you looking so tiny, Shiva? There. Okay. So Shiva is often depicted as a being that is half masculine, half feminine, in deep meditation or in deep ecstatic dance, with a snake around his neck, earrings, a mark on the forehead, and a moon, a crescent moon on his head. He's also pictured with a trident that represents the force of creation, destruction, and preservation. And he represents consciousness, mainly. The consciousness within you, especially. So, this is the personality of this mantra, you could say. All right. So, without further ado, I am going to begin our 15-minute meditation. Thank you. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. 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 Om Namah 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 Shivaya. Om Om Namah Shivaya. 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 Om Shivaya. Om Namah 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 Shivaya. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you for listening or chanting along with us. That was Om Namah Shivaya. 108 times. Salutations to the auspicious one, the indwelling consciousness, the latent potential, the lap of creation, the oblivion from which all things arise, persist through and return to Tattvam Asi, that you are. And I also gave a shout out to you indirectly, Tattvam Asi. Now it appears that the sun has set and I am in twilight. There is still light in the sky, very deep blue over the horizon. And Dansuela, you share that this was the first time you've chanted aloud 108 times Om Namah Shivaya. You will continue this daily, and you have all my best wishes for this. This will definitely increase your spiritual potency in such a vibrant way. I recommend to all those who chant Om Namah Shivaya to get Rudraksha Mala. There's a certain seed stone which is very sacred called Rudraksha. It means the tears, the aksha of Rudra. Rudra is another name for Shiva, specifically a very ancient one, referring to the one who roars existence in and out of being. Rudraksha beads. One can have 108 of them to chant with the tears of Shiva. So So thank you, everyone, for joining us in this Sangha today. Thank you, Isabella, for your tiny you sent earlier. Yippee! And Edwin, thank you for your heart me and your 41 team bracelets. I see Shivas in your name. Om Namah Shivaya. Can I please share a link to this mantra that I used? I just closed it. I'm so sorry. I found it a bit impromptu. I just looked up Om Namah Shivaya 108 on YouTube and I clicked whatever one spoke to me. It was 15 minutes long, but it does not particularly matter what you use. It matters the intention upon which you embrace your experiences of the senses. My apologies, however. Thank you, Tattvam Asi, for your quintet of roses. Jai Nisargadatta, Maharaj, and Eve, thank you for your finger heart and quartet of roses. And thank you, Joanna, for your 6 roses too. You feel so calm, Denise. That's the miracle of mantra. It's out of all schools of yoga. Mantra yoga, the yoga of chanting, is the most potent. And I think we all can see why. But I'm going to leave it there for tonight. I will hopefully be back tomorrow. Perhaps even with a surprise. We shall see. But until then, I will upload the recording of this live stream and all of its various clips to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel and various alternatives also linked in the link tree in my bio, in case you ever wanted to get more of it there. And may this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. Krishna is an avatar of Vishnu. And whenever Vishnu incarnates, he takes Shiva to be his Ishta Devata. And whenever Shiva incarnates, he takes Vishnu to be his Ishta Devata. I love that. 2 parts of the divine who are in love with each other. But this live stream is offered to Shiva's Ishta Devata, Sri Radha Krishna, the divine, masculine and feminine, in their all attractive form. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe O Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Shyam Shyam, Radhe O Radhe. Thank you all for being here. And I'm going to echo Magdalene's wishes. May the rest of everyone's night treat them kindly, sending love from Divine Source to all. So lovely. Thank you for sharing your love, everyone. May you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. And may this peace last from now until forever. Thank you, Risi, for your 5-finger hearts. Radhe Krishna.